Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, July 9th. May we have the roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo absent today and Supervisor Root Askew running a little late.
Do we have any additions or corrections for closed session?
No additions or corrections.
With that, we'll call for closed session items 1A through C. Is there any public comment on these items? I see none. And we'll close public comment, and the board will recess for the closed session agenda, and we'll call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Roll call.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo absent today and Supervisor Root Askew joining us shortly.
And we have any additions or corrections?
No additions or corrections.
And we have only a closed session item 1A. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close this and recess for closed session.
Diego, can you hear me?
And I'll go double check right now. Muted, she is.
Diego? No, Jeff is, oh.
You gotta unmute Zoom.
There you go. Don't you have to? Diego,
We're unmuted.
don't we have to turn this on?
You don't need, that's the recording.
Oh, Diego?
See, we can see Spanish host, the audio is coming in.
Okay, I was muted. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. And Anna?
You're welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, I can hear you too. Thank you so much, guys.
Now
Okay.
Turn off.
Good morning. Going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who is absent today.
And the announcement for the Spanish interpretation services, Diego Salas.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y en unión con Ana Rueda de Vidales seremos sus intérpretes en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuchemos. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse que tenemos la oportunidad de interpretarle antes de seguir adelante. Y favor de no interrumpir mientras les estamos interpretando. Si se encuentran en la sala de la reunión y necesitan audífonos para escuchar en español, favor pasar al escritorio del guardia de seguridad para conseguir uno. Todos los audífonos se devolverán cuando abandonen la reunión. Para aquellos que puedan estar en el webinar en inglés vía Zoom, pero hablan español, también pueden unirse a nuestro webinar en español si así lo desean. El número de identificación del seminario en español se puede encontrar en nuestra página web. Gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Farmer, I hear this is your birthday. So that means you need to do the Pledge of Allegiance for us.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections?
There's one to the adjournment, and that is to adjourn in memory of Walter Wong.
And we have 3 ceremonial resolutions before us today. None of them are to be presented.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Lopez, second by Adams. I guess I should take public comment. So is there anybody who would like to comment on these first? See nobody to comment, we will then have a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. And we have 3 appointments. And is there any public comment on these items? Now public comment.
Move approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have seconds and thirds. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Appointments? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll recess to the Pajaro County Sanitation District. May we have the roll call for this, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present with the exception of Director Alejo, who is absent today.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. We have one item on the consent calendar. And is there any public comment on this item? See no public comment. Looking for a motion or
Second?
motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries. Any general public comments? I see none. And we will adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District and reconvene the Board of Supervisors for a roll call again, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who's absent today.
We have consent items 18 through 51. First, I'm going to ask the board if there's any of them that they would wish to pull or comment on. Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, there was one. It's one of the Natividad items, which was a new contract with, or an extension for Dr. Serio that I'd like to just make a brief comment on.
What number is that one?
I can't find the number. It's-
Okay, we'll come back to you, let you find out. Anybody else on the board? Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on the consent calendar? Okay, nobody online. And
24? There it is, 24.
item number 24. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that it's a renewal of a contract for a cardiologist who is one of the best in the area. Every time I'm out in community, I hear about the wonderful service that he's providing. And I just wanted to highlight this as one of the key departments that the county has been investing in to beef up and that is really top of the line in terms of service that you can find anywhere in the county. So I want to congratulate Natividad and thank Dr. Serio for sticking with us and bringing his services to all the residents throughout Monterey County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, do we have a motion and a second?
Move approval.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll move on to scheduled matters. We have item 10, which is to approve the auditor controller's internal audit work plan. General public comment. Oh, I did scroll past that. Thank you very much. Yes, let's do general public comment first. See nobody in the chambers? Is there anybody online? Yes.
Gary Curcio?
Yes, Gary, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Church. I'm sure you're all happy. I will tell you right up front, I am not here to talk about transient occupancy tax or sales tax. With that said, several weeks ago, California American Water Company was on your board agenda to give an update on the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project. At 5 p.m. the night before the meeting, the item was pulled by Chair Church. We urge you to re-agendize this presentation before the July 26th Water Roundtable hosted by Senator John Laird, thus allowing county residents, your constituents, a better understanding of the status of this very necessary component of our water supply solution referred to as the three-legged stool. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 705.
Yes, 075, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. I just want to urge you to be a lot more climate change conscious. You are favoring the developers and over the health of your citizens and your county and the sanctuary, which is very, very important, not only for tourism, but for our health and well-being on this planet. And I've told you many reasons why. Excuse me. And I'd also like to urge you not to be cutting down the trees, because the trees are our air conditioners and they give us clean air and they bring rainfall and they keep the air moist and cool. And you are allowing so many trees to be cut down, and you're allowing so much development. And you really need to stand firm and say, no, this is a very precious number one area that we need to preserve. We don't have the water, and we have the sanctuary, one of the most important sanctuaries in the world. And you are literally destroying it with your votes and your okayism to all these, so-called affordable housing projects, which are not going to help the homeless. If you want to help the homeless, give them some trailers. That's a cheap solution for everyone. But you're not doing that. You're still catering to the millionaires and the middle class, and you're not dealing with the homeless situation. So please, get more green. It's vital for all of us, including you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, 837, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Brian Rosen here. I just want to point out that it seems that government is really destroying this planet. You're like a microcosm, maybe in a lot of ways, of the national government. Here they're doing funding a big genocide against the Palestinian people. And we should be grateful for what we have, because they're just killing hospital workers and all kinds of people over there for the sake, because they hate them. It's kind of like with the Native Americans. We did the same thing to them a long time ago. And now we're aiding and abetting a genocide now. And sure, there are bad Palestinians or bad Native Americans, but there's no excuse for collective punishment. But on a local level, what are you doing to help the world? Are you making it a better place? The world's of George Orwell, who said, in a world of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Okay, so one side of your mouth, you want to stop greenhouse emissions, and meanwhile, the other side, you're promoting what the millionaires want, big development. For example, in Fort Ord, that's the big development center. And then you want the Surf Busway, which will destroy 20 acres of coastal sand dune habitat, which you really can't mitigate it. It's not the same. It's inland or whatever, and it's very destructive. And nobody's going to use it. Why would they? I've counted 4 buses stalled, and I went out there and I counted only 1 traffic jam in the morning. But it's big money and big development, so it seems that that's the reason for it, and you're going to favor big development, but of course you're environmental too, out of the other side of your mouth. So I think it's good that we've got to start fixing up this world. It's a mess. We got to create a better world for the future generations.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you.
And no other public comments. We'll close public comment. Move to item 10, which is to approve the Auditor Controller's internal audit work plan.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Burcu Musa. I am the Assistant Auditor Controller, and we are here today to present you for your approval the fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26 internal audit plan. And I will have our Division Chief of Internal Audits take it over and then go through the presentation.
Okay, I'm trying to open up the presentation.
It's open, no?
It was, and I think I closed it. Morning. With fiscal year 24 having recently ended, we're here to request the approval of the internal audit work plan for fiscal years 25 and 26 to replace the board-approved work plan for fiscal years 23 and 24. For the new audit plan, we're continuing with our strategy from the last plan, focusing on internal controls, potential revenue generation, and contract compliance. So we've carried over some projects from the previous audit plan, as well as added other projects and responsibilities. Internal audit will continue performing our major responsibilities with our primary focus on conducting audits. We're also going to provide support to departments with their external audits, as well as monitor compliance with certain state codes and county policies. And then lastly, starting with this plan, we've added a 4th component, and that's risk assessment, which we'll explain further at the end. So for internal audits, we have identified the following projects. First is reviews of Treasury quarterly cash and investments. We perform these quarterly reviews to reconcile the county's cash and investments, and these reviews are required by state code. The second audit project are the TOT audits. As you're aware, TOT generates about $40 million annually to the county. We performed several audits last year, and we plan on conducting a few more in the new audit plan. Third is the PG&E franchise and surcharge fees audit. In the previous plan, we conducted an audit of the waste management franchise agreement. For this plan, we are conducting an audit to determine whether PG&E comply with franchise fee obligations under Ordinance 621 and 622, as well as surcharges that are required under the Public Utilities Code. Just for background, in 2022 and 23, PG&E paid on average about $4.3 million annually in franchise fees and surcharges to the county. The next up is cash handling audits. In 2022, we completed an audit of cash handling at a park location. For this new plan, we want to conduct a few more of these audits. And the objective of these audits is to basically ensure compliance with the county's cash handling policy. On a long-term basis, we want to audit all departments on a rotational basis. In addition to cash handling audits, we've added 2 additional audits that deal with internal controls over financial processes. First is outside bank accounts audits. There are several outside bank accounts that are approved and held by operating departments in support of their day-to-day work. So we want to make sure that these departments are complying with the policy for outside bank accounts in maintaining proper financial controls. The next is procurement cart audits. These audits will review procurement card usage for compliance with county policies and the existence of adequate internal controls. This is another audit project that on a long-term basis, we want to be able to audit all departments on a rotational basis. Next is the cost allocation audit. This audit is based on issues and concerns that arose in the last 2 years in relation to ITD's calculation and allocation of their costs as part of the countywide cost allocation plan. And then lastly, the grant management audit. This audit is to ensure that funds from state and federal agencies are not at risk for loss. So we want to make sure, we want to assess whether there's strong grant management processes and internal controls that allow departments to comply with grant agreements. External audit service is another responsibility for the internal audit division. Will continue to be available, assisting county departments through the procurement process and with oversight of the external audits. In the previous 2 years, we have assisted Public Works, Emergency Management, and Water Resources with their external audits. Compliance monitoring is another ongoing internal audit function. The 52 special districts in the county are required by government code to submit financial audits and budgets to the county. We may make sure they comply with these mandates. And secondly, we also evaluate departmental compliance with county policy regarding the petty cash and change funds. And then lastly, we're excited to add this sort of fourth internal audit function. What we want to do here is to develop tools, standards, and guidance to enhance the understanding of internal controls within the county, especially among department employees who are responsible within their organizations for critical financial processes, such as like cash collection, cash disbursement, payroll, ARs, APs, inventory, capital assets. We're also looking to develop a countywide risk assessment that will be conducted on a regular basis to help us identify problem areas, potential opportunities for audit and improvement. And that concludes our presentation. We appreciate your ongoing support for internal audit as we work to rebuild the audit function within the county. Please let us know if you have any questions regarding this plan.
Thank you for the presentation. It's obviously, the audits are extremely important for transparency and accountability, and appreciate your work and the audit controller's work onto this. Is there any questions from, yes, Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. It was really interesting, and I'm happy to see the direction in which we're going. I'm curious whether or not, once we institute these, if this will have an impact on our overall sort of, I don't know if you want to call it credit rating or whatever, because it's showing that we're doing so much more internally to make us a very sort of safe place to do business, or a safe place in which to invest, or a safe place to give us loans or bonds or whatever.
It would definitely have an impact when the credit rating agencies are reviewing. But what has the most impact is our external financial statements, which is annual comprehensive financial report. That is the one that they really look at. And we are proud to say that we keep getting the Financial Excellence Award, and that really help boost the credit rating.
Good. Thank you very much. Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'll take this out to the public. Is there anybody that would like to comment on this matter? And I see no one, so we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have this plan to approve, I believe.
I'll make that motion.
Matt, second it.
In a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That will move on to item 11, which is the Bradley Road and Alley Vacation Abandonment. Mr. Gatz, I guess you'll be presenting for Public Works.
Let's see. This one. Good morning, Chair Church. Good morning to all the supervisors. My name is Michael Getz. I'm the county surveyor, and it's my pleasure to be before you today. We are requesting the board's attention to request to vacate or abandon some roads in Bradley. The community of Bradley was originally laid out in 1886. It's the most southerly community in our county. This request is generated from internally from the Public Works Facilities and Parks Department with a goal to expand the land area available for the Bradley Library project, and at the same time to clean up some road and alley portions that aren't used by the public. So here's the community of Bradley. We're focused on the west side of town near the Bradley School. This aerial shows the vicinity we're focused on. You see the school in the lower portion. The school property extends also to the west. They have this bus parking property out front. The crosshatched areas, the areas that we are proposing for vacation or abandonment. It includes an alley in Block 12, which you can see goes right through the Bradley School building, so it is not able to be used as an alley. Similarly, in Block 5, there's no alley there. In fact, there's 2 fences that run down that strip, as we'll see in a later image. Ross Street is kind of a nebulous street. It doesn't show on any of the old subdivision maps. It first appears in the record in a 1915 assessor's map. And on the current assessor's map, it shows and is named Ross Street. In 1920, the board abandoned the portion that is northerly of Bradley Road. So we'd like to do the same thing on the southerly side. And then lastly is this red hatched portion of Bradley Road. This area was taken by the state when Bradley Road was a state highway. It was acquired in 1939 or 1940 and made Bradley Road very wide. It's over 110 feet wide. And so we do not need the county road to be that wide. And so we're proposing to return the right-of-way back to the original block line, and which will be similar to what the board did in 1991 over on this portion. The reason why it's shaded red is just draw attention that we would like to retain the rights for public utilities through this strip, since PG&E has some facilities, some pole lines, which we'll see in some images. This depicts the presently drafted plan for the Bradley Library project, and you can see that it could benefit from the additional land available if the road right-of-ways are abandoned or vacated, and there'll still be enough room for the bus parking for the school. So from the ground perspective, here's Ross Street. You can see there's no street there. There's a fence right down the middle, and it's not being used certainly by any vehicles at this time. Similarly, in the alley, in 20-foot alley in Block 5, has these 2 fences that run down the middle of it. The left one runs right down the center. So it's almost like the abandonment's already acquiesced to the either party. So we're just trying to formalize that. Again, looking at Bradley Road, on the left side, you can see, or the east side, you can see the area that was previously abandoned in 1991. And we're requesting to follow that same pattern by pushing that same line to the west to the westerly line of what is Ross Street. And here's the library project. At Planning Commission, there was some question whether that would be a restrictive for the use of Bradley Road, but you can see from this image, the proposed line is still 30 feet out from pavement. And again, Bradley Road is over 110 feet wide, so it'd still be 90 plus feet wide after this 20-foot abandonment or vacation. Stepping back 1 block to the east, now our proposed area is a little further in the distance, you can see a fence line that was placed after the 1991 abandonment. And again, there's plenty of room for parking, for vehicular use in addition to the paved area, with about 30 feet available. Last month, this matter came before the Planning Commission as required by law for them to consider whether this action would conform to the policies of the general plan. And they found it's categorically exempt under CEQA, and that they're reporting to the board that it does indeed conform to the policies of the general plan. So staff's recommending to the board to find that it is categorically exempt under CEQA, to accept the Planning Commission's resolution and report, to vacate the subject Bradley roads and alleys and remove any segments thereof that are part of the maintained county road system, and reserve a public utility easement over the segments of Bradley Road being vacated. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for questions.
Sure, I have a couple of questions. Thank you for the presentation. On Bradley, we're going, it's 110 feet wide. Most county roads are 50, and so we're going down to 90, right? And I'm wondering why we're keeping this so wide. That's much wider than normal county roads.
That's correct. You're correct. Most county roads, we try to maintain 60 feet wide. It allows enough room for utilities. I think we are just not, we are focused on this side of the street rather than drawing in more parties and how it may affect them. We're just trying to create a straight line on this side of the street in these two block area, focused on the benefit for the Bradley Library project. I have a whole list of roads that we could abandon, maybe we will bring forward, but we'll do it incrementally.
And could you go back to one slide that showed the overview of the Bradley Library? As when you talk about a straight line, I just, again, just understand.
Is it this slide?
Yeah, this one here. So I understand on the straight line we're bringing in here from the blue one, but over right past the library, the line actually is a little bit above the blue. Why aren't we just, why isn't that, straight there?
That's the actual end of the town, or the subdivided area map portion of Bradley. There is a jog there created by the state in their right-of-way acquisitions. Again, we could continue to the bridge, across the bridge, so we decided that was the limits that were appropriate for, really, we were focused on the Bradley Library project and trying to benefit that. If we certainly can expand this to the other side and further down the street.
It was more of curiosity of understanding it's as first road abandonment, issue I've seen, and it's always interesting for me to see some of the terminology that we use in roads, road diets, road vacations, and but just want a little better understanding of what was being done and the purpose there. So thank you.
And if I may clarify, the term vacation is appropriate in this case because we have never been granted, none of this right-of-way is granted in fee, it's all easements. So when we vacate our easement, it basically disappears. And so the underlying fee owners now have that land unencumbered by any easement. And so as part of this action, you may notice in the resolution that we're going to quit claim any interest the county has back to the owners so that they can enjoy their property fully, with the exception of the strip along Bradley Road, that 20-foot strip, that we will retain public utility rights within it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Thanks. Yes, obviously I'm supportive of this. I'm curious, was that a CAL FIRE station that's somewhat across the street?
I believe that
Bradley?
one is a CAL FIRE station that's across the road. Yeah.
I'm just curious whether or not they are aware of this and if this would have any impact whatsoever on them during any kind of an emergency, if they ever used it as a staging area or anything that's needed.
Not typically. I mean, normally when there is a larger incident, Bradley itself isn't a staging area. Well, what we've used in the past has been, at times, rare instances, the lakes, King City, and normally closer. Most of the ground out here is not in row crop, but it is in grass, and so it's easy for them to quickly
Move
turn a
over it.
field into that sort of use. So there's not much need for this additional right-of-way through town for that purpose.
Perfect. And then as well, same kind of question. I'm assuming, assuming that our librarian is fully supportive of this and excited to see this happen.
And so is DEM. I want to share the vision for this is to really create a true complex for the community, including outdoor recreation space, a library. We're talking about we're already looking at and assessing opportunities for grants to turn it into a resiliency center, given the potential PG&E shutdown that we all experienced down south this weekend. My mind was in the space of it would have been nice if we had this off the ground, because folks were saying there is no place that's air conditioned. While we looked at a CRC, which was a community response or resource center, as PG&E called them, there would not have been AC in that facility for our elderly community or anybody who needed perhaps their insulin or something to be refrigerated. So as we looked at designing this site, those were all elements that are going in. So we've got support from DEM, we've got support from the library, we've got support from the school, we've got support from local funders, also willing to give up some of the potential land just to the west of this site. I think that's west, maybe north. To make space for additional purposes. I'll share that the school, if you look at the lower left-hand corner, there's a little gray building there on the school's campus. As part of tying into this facility that we're building, they want to do a community garden with access through the back there. So it's really setting up a little campus for the community to have access to several.
That's great. Good. Congratulations and thank you. Thanks very much.
Your comments from or treatment by the board and any, oh, yes, go ahead.
Just a comment that I think I'm really pleased that we're taking stock of where we need roads, where we want to maintain roads. And you mentioned you have a list of additional roads. I definitely think this is something that as we think about strategically the cost of maintaining our roadways, that we're intentional about which ones we keep when we no longer have a need, that we're looking at these opportunities. So I look forward to seeing more of these come forward. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this matter? I see nobody in chambers, nobody online.
Happy to make the motion.
Happy to second it.
I just asked for public. So we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. With that, we will recess for a prolonged lunch.
Diego, are you on? Anna? I just want to test the microphones with you. Diego?
Right ahead.
Okay, Diego, I can hear you. Thank you. Anna?
You're welcome.
I think, Anna, once you get on, that's fine, but I think with Diego, he'll do the interpreter message, so we can hear him. So I think we're good. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the order here the afternoon session, reconvene the Board of Supervisors. May I have the roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo being absent today.
Okay. Thank you. And before we get into scheduled matters, I do want to draw some attention to Supervisor Alejo's Young Supervisor Program, which I believe Supervisor Lopez is going to introduce and discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, yesterday I had the opportunity to spend a little time with Supervisor Alejo's young leaders, and I asked them to stand. They're an incredible group of young folks from throughout Monterey County. So this group of 23 is enrolled, including a summer intern, Ezra Vizacara, who helped coordinate the program. He's a student at CSUMB and received his BA in Humanities and Communications. His Supervisor Alejo's staff, Javier and Linda, as well as Jasmine Mejia, are the lead program directors for this Summer Institute. This year's class are primarily from Salinas, but also include students from Soledad, Marina, Pacific Grove as well. And they attend a variety of schools throughout Monterey County, including Alisal, Salinas, North Salinas, Everett Alvarez, Palma, Rancho San Juan, Soledad, Monterey, Pacific Grove, and Marina High Schools. The college students attend Hartnell College, UC Santa Barbara, and CSUMB. This county program is the first of its kind in California, and now it's in its 8th year as young supervisors. And prior to that, it was known as the Young Assembly Members Program. This program is an introduction to local government, law, and public policy, and leads kids on a path that potentially puts them on careers to county government. They learn a variety of essential skills and topics, including professional networking, local history, and environmental ocean protection. This year, the students will be debating the housing element. It's the portion of the program that goes into the mock hearing exercise. Can we all give these young leaders a big round of applause? So thank you guys for being here. I had a little opportunity yesterday to spend time with them, and I think the one takeaway that I hope that they got yesterday was that leadership happens when you stop saying someone should and start saying I will. And so I want to congratulate them on being part of this program, and as I shared yesterday, we look forward to all the change that happens in the world because of your decisions to say I will. So thank you all. One more round of applause. All right. Any words from my colleagues?
I just want to say, it's really great to see so many of you come up to look and understand government, how things operate, to put forth so much time and effort, and I'm sure your future is going to be very bright, and your impact upon not just this county but the world will be significant and meaningful, and I wish you the best of luck in whatever you do decide to endeavor in. Thank you.
Great. And I'll just say, seeing you all in the board chambers here, it's really reassuring to me. And I wish I would have had the opportunity to be exposed to what local government could offer, and that there's so many ways that you can do work that has meaning and is mission-driven, while also being able to earn a competitive salary and have opportunity for career growth. So take advantage of every connection that you get to make, every person that you meet. The best advice I have is to just remain as curious as you can wherever you are and whatever you're doing, because you never know which door is going to open and which opportunity is going to present itself. But it's great to have you here, and I hope that you will find, either you or someone that you know and love will find a really rewarding, meaningful work in the future, working either in a local county government, city government, or some other public service, because there's a lot of need for smart, curious minds in these spaces. But thank you for joining us for this afternoon's meeting.
Hi. Thank you all so much for taking time to come and kind of take a look at us so that you have another vision of what it is to be engaged in your community. I think that some of the things you will learn throughout your time in the intern program is that it's very transferable to other markets as well. You're going to learn things about government, yes, without any question, and you'll be at some points listening to us or watching us and thinking, what on earth are they talking about? This makes no sense. And other times you're going to think, wow, that was just such a great idea. I'm really thankful for that. But you'll also learn things about organization, about how to approach problem solving, and many things that you can carry throughout all aspects of your life. Again, it's taking a time away from your summer activities to do this program. I'm very thankful to Supervisor Alejo that he has pulled this together, because I think that you all stand to grow a great deal from it. And when you grow, we all grow. So thank you so much. And in my mind, you can let Supervisor Alejo know this, Javier. I will now remember, as I move into retirement, to stop saying someone should and stand there and just simply say, I will. Those are very, very powerful words. Thank you all so much.
So thank you all for joining us today. And as a final word, I want to point out, as Supervisor Askew said, either you or someone you love, we have a couple legacies. I see somebody that looks a lot like Juve, a guy I went to high school with, sitting in the middle of the crowd. I also see a young Jonah Bell standing there. So a lot of our county employee families have directed their young ones into this program, knowing that it's going to put them on the right path. So congratulations, and look forward to seeing all your successes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank all of you for coming. So with that, we'll move on to our scheduled matters. And the first one up is item 12, which is to hear a appeal from Gonzalo Narez for regarding the exemption on a poultry hobbyist application. Mr. Hidalgo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CEO de la Rosa. I'm Juan Hidalgo, Agricultural Commissioner. With me today is Assistant Agricultural Commissioner Rich Ordonez, who will be introducing this item before your board.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. We're also, Juan and I are also accompanied by staff from Animal Services, should there be any questions regarding this presentation. So the item before you today is an appeal filed by Gonzalo Narez on the Agricultural Commissioner's denial of Mr. Narez's request for a poultry hobbyist exemption for a rooster keeping operation of up to 240 roosters on his property located in North Monterey County. Pursuant to County Code, a person or entity wishing to keep 5 or more roosters on their property must apply for a rooster keeping operation permit with Animal Services or obtain one of 4 exemptions. This appeal relates specifically to a poultry hobbyist exemption. Staff recommends the board deny the Narez appeal and uphold the Agricultural Commissioner's denial of their poultry hobbyist exemption request. The property subject to the appeal is a 5-acre parcel zoned rural density residential located at 19205 El Cerrito Way in Aromas in the North County Area Plan. The use of the property consists of a single-family residence and an existing rooster keeping operation. On the left of this slide, staff has laid out important information about the exemption process. For background, in December 2014, the Board of Supervisors adopted ordinance number 5249, commonly referred to as the Rooster Ordinance, which amended the Monterey County Code Title 8 Animal Control. This made amendments to the title's definitions and added Chapter 8.50 entitled Requirements for Keeping 5 or More Roosters to regulate rooster keeping operations. The intended purpose was to establish rooster keeping regulations, discourage the keeping of roosters for the purpose of illegal cockfighting, to ensure humane treatment of roosters, and to address adverse effects that unregulated rooster keeping operations have on environmental health and safety. These regulations require a person or entity in unincorporated Monterey County that wish to keep 5 or more roosters on a single property to submit a rooster keeping operation permit application and associated documents for review and determination. Animal Services has a primary role in the processing and oversight of the rooster keeping operation permit. The Animal Control Officer may issue a rooster keeping operation permit based upon compliance with the requirements and standards prescribed in Chapter 8.50 and any other conditions and restrictions deemed necessary for the protection of animals and public health, safety, or welfare. By the same token, an Animal Control Officer shall deny or revoke a rooster keeping operation application or permit if the operations applicant has a criminal conviction for illegal cockfighting or other crime of animal cruelty in any state or violations of the county code, or if the location of the rooster keeping operation violates the applicable zoning ordinance and other laws and regulations. A rooster keeping operation is not required to obtain a rooster keeping operation permit if it qualifies for and obtains one of several exemptions. Here, the appellant's exemption request relies on the poultry hobbyist exemption, which is vested in the Agricultural Commissioner, who verifies the exemption application request materials satisfy the exemption criteria. If the Agricultural Commissioner finds the request meets the poultry hobbyist requisite criteria, the exemption is granted for 5 years and written notification is given to the applicant and to Animal Services for its approval. If the Agricultural Commissioner finds the requisite criteria is not met, the exemption request is denied and written notification is also given to the applicant and to Animal Services. The denial notification also states, pursuant to the county code, that the applicant must apply and obtain a rooster keeping operation permit with Animal Services. In addition, the applicant is notified on their right to appeal such determination and provides instructions on how to do so. Now, on the right of this slide, staff has provided a timeline on NARES's application for the exemption of a rooster permit that has led to this appeal. So if you could see, Mr. Nares applied for a poultry hobbyist exemption on March 18th. Ag Commissioner staff conducted an inspection on May 1st of the property in Aromas. On May 13th, the Ag Commissioner sent a denial letter of the poultry hobbyist exemption. On May 20th, Mr. Nares filed an appeal, which has led us here today at the appeal hearing, July 9th. So on the left of this slide, you'll see the definition of a poultry hobbyist. And below that are the steps that the Ag Commissioner takes when processing such exemption application requests. So first, I'll read the poultry hobbyist definition, which is a person who is recognized by the Agricultural Commissioner as a member of a local, state, or national organization which promotes the breeding of poultry for exhibition or show and or sale of poultry to promote breeding as a hobby. The term poultry hobbyist does not include persons who raise poultry for the purpose of making them available for cockfighting. So to grant a poultry hobbyist exemption, the Agricultural Commissioner must review the applicant's application packet, including supporting evidence documentation such as photocopies of documents showing association memberships and or information on show entries and results to find the rooster keeping operation meets the applicable definition of a poultry hobbyist. The Agricultural Commissioner must also review the application information containing the following: number of and breed of roosters, attestation that the applicant has no criminal convictions for illegal cockfighting or other crime on animal cruelty in any state, and that the roosters in the exempt rooster keeping operation have not been or shall not be raised for, used for, sold for, or otherwise be made available for illegal cockfighting. Photocopies of documents such as association memberships, show entries, and their results. In other words, you need to show the proof of hobbyist affiliations. To determine whether a poultry hobbyist exemption can be granted, the Agricultural Commissioner may inspect the property and facilities for which the exemption is sought. So on the right side of this screen are the reasons that the Agricultural Commissioner denied the subject poultry hobbyist exemption request. The primary reason for the denial is that the appellant provided supporting documentation in their application as being a registered member of the United Game Fowl Breeders Association, or UGBA. Since the definition of a poultry hobbyist exemption explicitly states the term poultry hobbyist does not include persons who raise poultry for the purpose of making them available for cockfighting, the Agricultural Commissioner, in consultation with the California Department of Food and Agriculture Animal Services Division, does not recognize the UGBA as a legitimate poultry hobbyist organization because of their promotion of preserving the rights of keeping cockfighting birds and their connection to the cockfighting realm. The Agricultural Commissioner also relied upon the following factors in denying the exemption. On the poultry hobbyist exemption application, the appellant does not adequately describe the operation nor provide sufficient evidence to demonstrate he meets the definition of a poultry hobbyist. No evidence was submitted by the appellant of active involvement in poultry hobbyist shows with entries and/or awards through the listed affiliations in his application. During a May 1st, 2024 inspection, it was observed that a vast majority of the birds were roosters with very few hens. The large male to female ratio suggests that breeding is limited and promoting breeding of the birds is not a focus with this operation. Additionally, during the inspection, the inspectors photographed roosters that are of the variety used for cockfighting. In addition, some roosters were dubbed, which is the removal of the comb and wattles of a rooster, and their leg spurs were trimmed, which is how cockfighting roosters are customarily groomed. The Agricultural Commissioner's office also consulted with Animal Services and learned the following. In September 2021, the appellant submitted a rooster keeping operation permit application to Animal Services. Animal Services performed inspections of appellant's property. Animal Services found rooster cages that did not meet building code standards. Consequently, they consulted with HCD code compliance staff, which subsequently visited the property and found building code violations. Animal Services noted in one of their inspections, they found 6 tie-downs on the property and keep boxes, which restrain and confine the roosters. An Animal Services officer required the appellant to remove the tie-downs and keep boxes from the property, as these items are considered cockfighting paraphernalia used in cockfighting operations. Ultimately, the Animal Services staff were prohibited to enter the premises by the appellant, and therefore no follow-up to the conditions of the inspections were verified. This resulting in Animal Services' November 2022 written denial of the appellant's rooster keeping operation permit. So this slide shows information of the United Game Fowl Breeders Association, or UGBA. Since the county's definition of a poultry hobbyist states that poultry hobbyist does not include persons who raise poultry for the purpose of making them available for cockfighting, staff found that the UGBA promotes the preservation of keeping cockfighting birds and has a connection to the cockfighting realm. On the UGBA website, it describes gamefowl behavior as males meet in the selected arena, natural precursor of the game cockpit, where they use their sharp leg spurs in combat, often to the death. The article goes on to describe the practice of dubbing of game fowl, which is the removal of comb and wattles of the rooster, which is done so that the rooster's opponent cannot tear off the wattles and combs during a fight. It also describes the practice of spur trimming, in which the natural spur of a rooster's legs are trimmed to leave a nub, which gives the ability to equip the rooster with a sharp metal spur called a gaff to be used as a weapon in cockfights. So the next few slides are photographs taken during the inspection on the subject property on May 1st, 2024. Here are pictures of the roosters in cages throughout the El Cerrito Way property in Aromas. In this slide, staff is showing one of the roosters photographed on site. This rooster is natural, meaning it has not been dubbed or its spurs cut. So if you take a look at the rooster's head where the green arrows are, you can see that it has a comb which rises above the head and the wattles that dangle below the beak. And if you look, you could kind of see it there. There's a spur that kind of goes towards the back of the leg. So this is another rooster that was photographed. And this rooster, you can see, has been dubbed. So you can see there is no comb and there's no wattle or very little of it. They've been trimmed back. So this is done to this length. They groom them this way so that they can fight, like I described, so that they don't bleed when they're in a fight. And in addition, you can see here that the spur has been trimmed back. There's a better picture here on the lower right. Again, another rooster that has been dubbed that was found on the property. So these pictures are not from of NARS's rooster or their property. Staff put this in here just to show how these knives or gaffs are attached to the trimmed spurs of the chicken. So that's this picture, and the one on the right shows them attached. And then the picture in the right shows two roosters fighting, and you could kind of see the spurs there. And if you'll notice, also the birds are dubbed. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the board find the appeal statutorily exempt from CEQA, deny the appeal by Gonzalo Nares from the May 13th, 2024 decision by the County of Monterey Agricultural Commissioner to deny a poultry hobbyist exemption application request for a rooster keeping operation, and deny the Gonzalo Nares poultry hobbyist exemption request. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Before we go for any questions from the board or for public comment, I want to give the appellants an opportunity if they would have a presentation or if they want to discuss the matter. Normally we give 2 minutes for public comment, but because you're the appellant in this, you would have 10 minutes. So if you'd like to, you can come up to the podium. And do you have anything that you want to share visually? We can do that. Just let me know. Pull the microphone a little closer to you there, please.
So it's pretty much, this is the first time I do this, so pretty much I'm just going to go based on my notes.
No problem.
Okay. So in the denial letter, the Agricultural Commissioner was not in compliance with all procedural requirements. According to MCC Chapter 8.50, 1110B12, the Agriculture Commissioner shall notify the applicants of denials of a rooster keeping operation exemption in writing, informing them of the reason or reasons of denial and of the right to appeal the denial to the Board of Supervisors. However, Mr. Hidalgo failed to provide this information to the applicant, violating this procedural requirement. CDFA. I did ask for information of who Mr. Hidalgo spoke to regarding the denial because he said he was in consultation with CDFA. He gave me the name of Maureen. I did email Maureen Lee Dutra, which was the contact Mr. Alejo provided, and she did email me back, and she said her jurisdiction, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Her department had no jurisdiction in that matter of identifying what was a recognized poultry organization or was not. And I did provide those emails to you guys. And let me see. And according to Mr. Hidalgo, UGBA was promoting game cockfighting. The California Agricultural Commissioner statement is a blatant misinterpretation of the California Association for the Preservation of Game Fowl mission and purpose. The commissioner is attempting to twist the meaning of UGBA's statement to fit its own agenda and make UGBA appear to be promoting cockfighting and cruelty to animals. So there was a twisted definition of game fowl behavior. The commissioner uses UGBA descriptions of game fowl behavior to imply that they are promoting cockfighting, when in reality, UGBA is simply providing a historical and educational context about game fowl behavior. The commissioner selectively focuses on the phrase where they use their sharp legs, spurs, and combat, often to the death, without mentioning the natural context of courtship, display, and mating. Dubbing and spur trimming. The commissioner presents these practices as evidence of UGBA's involvement in cockfighting, claiming that dubbing is done to prevent damage during fights and spur trimming is done to attach weapons. However, UGBA clearly states that dubbing is done for animal husbandry reasons, preventing frostbite, improving vision, and reducing injuries. And spur trimming is done to prevent lacerations, infections, and injuries during mating. The commissioner implies that UGBA is promoting cockfighting by mentioning the use of sharp metals, spurs, gaffs, and combat. However, UGBA never mentions gaffs or cockfighting in their statement. Instead, they discuss the natural behavior of game fowl and the importance of animal husbandry practices. So, in conclusion, the commissioner's actions are a clear attempt to manipulate public perception and tarnish UGBA's reputation, and it's crucial to demand evidence-backed facts rather than speculative accusations. Okay, I would like to clarify that Gonzalo Nares did provide sufficient evidence of his operation in the additional information section of the application. He described his poultry operation as a hobby, stating that he raises chickens or roosters for enjoyment, educating, and family tradition. He also highlighted the benefits of raising poultry as a hobby, including teaching his children valuable lessons in responsibility and animal husbandry. Regarding his membership in an organization, he is also a member of the American Poultry Association, which promotes the breeding and exhibition of poultry. While he may not been able to attend shows recently due to work commitments, this does not diminish his status as a poultry hobbyist. As stated in the ordinance, poultry hobbyist means a person who is recognized by the Agricultural Commissioner as a member of a local, state, or national organization which promotes the breeding of poultry for exhibition or show, and to promote a poultry to promote breeding as a hobby. Emphasis added. Nowhere in the definition does it require attending shows or entering competitions. It appears that Mr. Hidalgo is imposing additional requirements not found in the ordinance. The term poultry hobbyist is not defined as someone who must actively participate in shows or competitions. Rather, it is defined by their membership in an organization that promotes breeding and exhibition of poultry. Also, he said that, I believe that there was more roosters than hens. Firstly, I would like to clarify that the observation was limited to a specific area on Gonzalo's property and not a comprehensive assessment of his entire flock, as the inspector was more concerned about the roosters. Gonzalo keeps his chickens in different areas to rotate them out as they age, which is a common practice in responsible poultry keeping. It's possible that the commissioner did not visit all areas where his chickens are kept. On May 1st, 2024, there was around 110 chickens and about 30 baby chicks in the property. And secondly, I would like to provide a definition of breeding. Breeding refers to the process of mating and reproducing animals for the purpose of propagating their species or improving their characteristics. In Gonzalo's case, he is actively breeding chickens to raise them for food, as he does not purchase store-bought eggs or chickens. Gonzalo believes in self-sufficiency and takes pride in raising his own food. The fact that he raises and consumes 4 to 8 chickens per month is evidence of his continuous breeding efforts. During the inspection, Mr. Hidalgo said there was photographs of roosters used for variety used for cockfighting. It states that the inspector photographed roosters are the variety used for cockfighting. So because of their physical characteristics, and which is a very serious accusation that relies on more than just rooster's appearance. In fact, AB 946 specifically removed dubbing as evidence of cockfighting because it was deemed unfair to assume that a rooster's appearance determines its purpose. The implication that Gonzalo's roosters are associated with cockfighting simply because they're dubbed is unfair and unjust. And as a matter of fact, dubbing is used, it's a requirement to enter shows. And not only that, but it comes down to personal preference. A lot of people do it. As a matter of fact, I have a flyer here from UC Davis, which actually pictures one of their roosters. It is dubbed. The spurs are cut.
If you would like, can we assist that and put that up on the screen for us?
The spurs are cut, and he is tied. He is tied down. UC Davis focuses on the well-being of gamefowl. Just because they have a picture of a rooster, does that automatically mean that they're promoting cockfighting? I don't believe so. And like I said, that rooster is dubbed and his spurs are cut. Okay. And also, okay, I do want to say that tie downs and boxes are not considered paraphernalia. According to Section 597I of the California Penal Code, it is unlawful to manufacture, buy, sell, barter, exchange, or have in one's possession any implements commonly known as gaffs or slashers or any other sharp implement designed to be attached in place of a natural spur of a gamecock or other fighting bird. Tie downs and key boxes are not listed as prohibited items. And okay. And I also want to talk about the dangers of the spurs. I did put down you guys have this, and it shows the injuries that a spur caused. It caused an injury to someone's leg during mating. Roosters can be very aggressive, and they can hurt chickens, which can injure them, sometimes even kill them. Also, there was a man in the UK by the name of Jasper Cross, and he actually died due to a spur injury. So saying that cutting their spurs because cockfighting, I feel it's not okay. And also there's a article from the Western University of Health Sciences on why it's a good idea to cut the spurs. And a lot of people also dub the roosters because they can, it has health benefits for the roosters. It prevents mites and flea infestations on their combs and wattles. And Favis is like a disease they get on their combs and wattles as well. It is very easy for their combs and wattles to be injured, so that's why a lot of people actually dub them. And there's also a picture of a bird that was entered into a show that won. He was prized as the best one, and he is dubbed, and his spurs are cut as well. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
So I did see on the report, there was other stuff, but I don't think he mentioned it here about animal services not entering our property. During that time, we were exercising our Fourth Amendment, which we are allowed to, because before that, we had already been kind of harassed. So we were exercising our Fourth Amendment.
Thank you for that. Look for some questions from the board. I have just a couple of questions here. Maybe Animal Services or Ag Department can answer some of them. There was a comment that they weren't properly notified from the Ag Commissioner's office. Do you know anything about this or what's being referred to here?
Chair, I think she might be referring to our requirements to notify them when a denial is.
Yes, the rejection, yes.
Yes. As far as I'm concerned, Chair, we were following the requirements of the ordinance, and we submitted the letter informing them of the denial within the requirement of the ordinance, giving them the opportunity to appeal within the established timelines as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And this probably is a question that I know Hitchcock Road Animal Services might be able to better, or maybe Ag Commissioner can too, but there's some comments here that dubbing and spur trimming is used in animal husbandry and has some medical basis for this. I'm just want to see if we can get some elaboration on that. If that's true, the case, do other hobbyists do this? I'm not really an expert in this. I doubt if many other supervisors really are up here. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding of the two positions that have been presented. I don't know if I don't know if some of the representatives from Hitchcock Road want to answer this, or the Ag Commissioner. I don't know who would.
Chair, I can give you my comments. Okay. Showing birds at county fairs is a common practice. Showing birds at 4-H shows is a common practice. Having birds trimmed, as shown in the images, is not something that I commonly see at county fairs. I also worked in commercial poultry, which is a different set of how those birds are cared for. And I can tell you in commercial poultry production, that's not a practice that I've seen in my experience.
Okay, thank you for that.
Hi, Chair. Cindy Burnham, Director, Hitchcock Road Animal Services. I've actually brought our in-house field services supervisor, Velasca Lujan, who's got extensive years in history with showing herself and also with animal services. So I'm going to let her speak on that.
Thank you.
Currently, the American Poultry Association, which sanctions all of your national shows in the United States, currently only allows 3 different birds to be dubbed. So they are a minority compared to the 5,372 different varieties of birds that are legally allowed to be showed in this country. So you can see that's a huge difference. As for some of the medical reasons, just like human beings, there's different reasons why different things need to be done, and it can be very individual. However, being that we live in wonderful Central Coast, frostbite is not a major problem here in this area because we can probably count on our hand how many times it's snowed here. Most of them do have shelter and everything else, which was very evident by the photos that they have, so frostbite wouldn't be an issue. Mites are controlled by having good hygiene practices on your farm. One of the #1 things is when you go to show, of course, you have to make sure that they're treated for that. All animals going into show are reviewed to make sure that they don't suffer from any of these ailments. If they are, you're automatically DQ'd, which means disqualified from the show, so you can't show in the show. As for spurs, according to the American Poultry Association, the 3 named that they do require the dubbing are required to have their spears cut because, and I quote, "it is to go back to their old heritage when these particular breeds were used for the purposes of fighting." And they have to have standards, which of course all of the ones they're looking at do have a standard, but that is per them why they require that standard. Their day is to show how once in a blue moon these particular breeds were used for that purpose. And that was the standard for the purpose.
And of the 3 species that you referred to that are dubbed or spur trimmed, were any of those at the location of the appellants that you recall?
I went there way a long time ago, and at the time, no, but I have not been present on his property anytime soon to see these birds.
Thank you. I guess I don't have any other questions for the county here. I do have a question for the appellant here. And you stated that the county didn't come out and look at where the hens were that you had. You said you had about 110.
Oh, I'm not too sure if they actually went and focused to where those hens were at, but I'm saying that they maybe have overlooked it. And I actually did bring pictures of all the hens we have at the moment, which is probably close to 100. And these are all the pictures.
So why does in your application, you say you have 240 birds, but all 240 are roosters?
No. So 240 is in total. So what I probably thought what the application meant was how many do you want an exemption for? And I put all of them because at the time I thought maybe since it's poultry, all of them need an exemption.
As I recall reading it, it did say roosters, and then there was 240 next to that. But okay, thank you for that. I'll look here before we go out to the public then on any other questions. If anyone, yes, Supervisor Lopez, go right ahead.
Yeah, just for the appellant, how long have you lived on the property?
We lived on the property for 17 years.
2006. Okay, 17.
18 years.
And currently, how many birds are on the property?
So birds, you mean just roosters or birds? About 200 something.
And roosters currently?
Maybe 100. 100 roosters.
Okay. All right. That's all for me.
Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. Just so just trying to clarify a couple things. Okay, so the application was submitted on March 2024. How long? What led to the application for the permit? And how long has the county known about roosters on this property prior to that application? Have there been complaints? It looks like there's like noise complaints and some other complaints. Trying to piece the timeline back together.
The Ag Commissioner, we only found out about the property because of the poultry hobbyist exemption. The first time is when they applied for that in
Looks like March 2024.
Yeah.
And were there, but there were noise complaints prior to that that have.
Animal Services might be able to respond.
Maybe that's a question for Animal Services then.
There was a noise complaint before that, which we actually had to go to court for and was dismissed.
Okay, that was related to the roosters.
It was related to the roosters.
And when was that?
The noise complaint happened, I want to say June, before that, right? Around the beginnings of 2023.
2023, okay. And did the county receive has the county received any other complaints through the sheriff's office or animal control regarding animals or birds on the property?
From the same person.
I think we need to hear probably from Animal Services if there's.
Yeah, I mean, Animal Services or from sheriffs. I don't know what other data we have available to us.
I don't know if we have a representative in the Sheriff's Department's familiar with this or not, but. I mean, I would.
Enforcement.
Does Animal Service feel they can address this? Please come forward. Yeah.
Boyd is on.
Okay. If Keith raises his hand and feels he has something about this, then we can include him as well.
So prior to the exemption, Animal Services has had prior, we have had a prior application through the permit process. There has been noise complaints. They just finished a citation that we issued for noise that I believe just concluded a few months ago. So there has been prior Animal Services activity on this case.
Do you know how far along back that goes? Like when did that begin? How long has that lasted?
If I recall, there's been some activities as far back as maybe 2017, 2019, definitely into 2021, I believe, is when the first rooster application might have come through.
So, okay, sorry. So there was a previous rooster application that was?
Yes, I think the Ag Commissioner's office covered that we did deny them an application prior.
And what was the timeline on that?
I'd have to go back and look at the specific dates. It was, I believe, in 2022. They have not, the applicants have not yet come back to us to reapply for a new permit. since that denial.
According to our board memo, Supervisor Askew, they applied with Animal Services in September of 2021, and they were notified of their denial in November of 2022.
Okay, and this is the first application for the permit? So there's a permit and then there's the hobbyist, right? There's two different things. Is this the first time they've applied for the hobbyist?
Yes.
Okay, but there's also a requirement for the rooster permit.
Yeah, so if they don't get the exemption, then they would be required to come back to us to start the process over for a permit.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to just really clear on the timeline for all of these pieces. A couple other questions. Does the application for the hobbyist exemption apply to the property or does it belong to an individual? And I guess I'm unclear again, and I'm reading through some of the documentation that's been provided, whether we're talking about an individual or whether we're talking about a family or whether we're talking about a property.
That's a good question, Supervisor Askew. I think as I read the ordinance, we're talking about the individual that can apply for it.
Okay, and this particular individual is, sorry, I don't have my name in front of me here. Is the applicant named in our?
Correct, Gonzalo Nares.
Okay. But it sounds like it may be sort of a family operation, or we're not clear.
That's what it appears to be.
Okay. If this permit is denied, what would the next steps be? Assuming that the roosters wouldn't be able to remain on the property, like what happens then?
It's an exemption to a permit. So if
you don't get the exemption.
The exemption is denied, their path would be to get a permit or apply for a permit.
Okay, but in the absence of a permit, being that a permit was previously denied, if this exemption is denied and the roosters remain on the property, can the roosters remain on the property while you wait for the permit to be applied for? Again, like what happens next to the rooster, to the birds, to the animals?
I think Animal Services may be able to better answer that question.
The birds would remain on the property until the permit process has been completed. There's nothing in the ordinance that says they would need to be removed during that process.
Okay, so the birds would remain on the property during the process for a permit application. And then either the permit application would be they'd receive the permit or they wouldn't receive a permit. And then at that point, let's just walking me through the steps. What would enforcement look like if there is no permit for a property with roosters, more than 5 roosters on it?
They're issued a cease and desist, meaning they're notified that they need to remove the birds. If they don't remove the birds, then they're issued a citation for failure to obtain a permit.
Okay, and how? So as long as there's not, so that would kick into place at the point in time when there's no active application playing out?
Well, if they're actively applying for it, then it's pending, then that would not apply. They're actively trying to seek an application.
So long as there's an active application.
Which can take time. There's inspections, there's sometimes back and forth with code enforcement that have to happen. We do verify properties are allowed to have the birds. So that can take, sometimes it can take 3 to 9 months depending on the back and forth with different departments. So it is a process. It's not, it's not typically quick because there's different departments we're working through. So, however, once we go through that and if a permit is not obtained and we're giving them notice that you are not going to get a permit, your property does not qualify, you must remove the birds within a typically 30-day time period. After that, we can issue them citations and we can continue to issue them citations until the birds are removed.
Okay, and that's a civil process that would play out?
Yes, the ordinance does not call for us to go remove birds.
Okay, thank you for those clarifying points. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams, do you have any other questions? Or no?
One more for the appellant. Just how long have you been a member of the American Poultry Association? Okay. Thank you.
With that, we'd like to open this up to public comment. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to step forward to address this matter? You would have 2 minutes. Please be in the microphone as well.
Okay, I'm loud anyway, so. In 2013, I was up on the hill and observed him with a rooster tied down. He was holding the other rooster and was going like this, teaching them to fight. I made the mistake of calling the SPCA instead of animal control, and the SPCA said, that's not illegal because they don't have spurs on, the metal spurs, the gaffs. So nothing was done. But that was my first complaint, and I have made multiple complaints on the noise. I do keep birds. I've been there for 30-some years now, and I've had birds for 40 years. And you never cut the cones in that. In fact, if a bird does get a disease, it will come up on that as spots or whatever, and then you know they do have a disease. So to cut those off is strictly for fighting, either that or frost. If you live someplace like Alaska and they get frostbite, then you would cut them off. But just to cut them off, no. So, don't look at me like that. I saw you. And I looked at him with binoculars too to make sure.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak on this matter?
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. I want to thank you for listening to the conversation and inviting the public for comment. I also appreciate your service. I know a lot of matters are very difficult to deal with and such, and this might be one of them. Okay, so in 2014, the county passed the rooster ordinance, right? So that's 10 years ago, right? And in 2019, still, there hadn't been one rooster permit issued. Not one. Yet we know in this county there's a lot of rooster farms. And a lot of us know why we have rooster farms. And I'll just leave it at that. But still no rooster permit issued. Why? And today, I wonder if from Animal Services, do we have any rooster permits? We do have rooster permits. Okay. Do we have hobbyist exemptions? Many? Not many hobbyist exemptions. So I'm just kind of wondering, with all these, in 2019, the county got 2020, the county got sued over this from, there's basically a humane farming association. They were one of the agencies that sued. So, and the settlement was the county would do better at the issues there. And so far, we haven't really seen very much, but what I would like to do is offer a hand, say, hello, nice to meet you, and say, maybe there's ways where we need to move off of this illegal rooster farming into, I guess, legalized rooster farming, and how do you do that? I mean, so that's a big question. The other is how do you tackle the issue of cockfighting that is very, in some of our cultures, it's been around for thousands of years. People enjoy it, and how do you deal with that? So I think it's a bigger issue than just one farm. Okay.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Yes, please come forward.
Okay, I've been complaining for many years along with other neighbors about this. I just want to play one of my recordings so that you can listen to what we listen to from 3 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night. And this is about a half a mile away. And it's constant. It starts at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm up here cleaning my stall. I think you get it.
But
For like me and other neighbors, on warm nights, you want to leave your windows open, you're woken up between 3 and 4 o'clock every morning with this loud crowing. It's constant. You know, they stop at night, about when it gets dark. Sometimes you'll hear at 2 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock at night, you know, where a couple of them might go off. But pretty much they all start going off between 3 and 4 o'clock every morning. That's all I want to say.
thank you for your comments. I believe, yes, please come forward.
I live on El Cerrito, and I just want to thank the supervisors for having this process. And I just have to say I have several concerns about having so many roosters in a neighborhood. We're not on an isolated farm. People live all up and down the street. So the number one concern is noise. And this is brought forward in in Monterey County's own civil grand jury report. This is where I'm getting this information, is the factor involved in a lot of noise, and it becomes a nuisance. People should be able to enjoy their property and live with some peace and quiet. Number two is environmental pollution. I don't know how many birds they have, 100, 200, I don't know. But how is all that fecal matter dealt with? We all have groundwater because we have wells. I mean, we have wells, so our water comes from the groundwater. So is it being contaminated? How is all this fecal matter being managed? And the third thing is there's a lot of diseases that come about with having a large flock of roosters or chickens or whatever. And one of the most devastating one is called the viral Newcastle disease, which is highly contagious, and it can go from avians to humans. And then, of course, we're worried about animal cruelty. Nobody wants to see animals being cruelly treated. Number four is property values. I mean, we all work hard to have our properties. We don't really want to see it devalued because of large roosters and disturbing the peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chamber? Oh, yes. Go ahead. You have a.
Just to throw it out there that our HOA does not allow commercial chicken operations.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Joel Panzer. I don't have a dog in this fight, but in listening to the presentation, I got to tell you, the appellant did a great job in providing their point of view and evidence. And what I'm hearing is, from the Ag Commissioner's standpoint, it's really the concern about cockfighting, but there's been no evidence presented that the appellant's been convicted of any of that. It's, I don't want to say hearsay, but it sort of borders on that. And the reason for denial has not been described as disease, as noise. And my other observation is, in the county zoning ordinance, for larger livestock, typically there's a formula on how many animals you can have, 20,000 square feet for like a horse, sheep, whatever it may be. If the county wants to adopt that kind of standard for chickens, they should. But I think, they're within their rights to get the permit, because based on the questioning, you sort of hear where this is going to go. If this permit gets denied, there's no way they're going to get the other permit. It's going to put these folks back into having to go to court, spend money. And I would lastly say I had a client in Soledad that had code enforcement come in on chickens, and that was just the value that person was raised with, and he just loved his birds.
Do we have anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak on the matter? I see nobody. Do we have anybody online? Yes.
Phone number ending in 082.
Yes, 082, you have 2 minutes. Phone number 082.
Hello?
Yes, please deny this appeal. The county doesn't have the time or the personnel to inspect these kind of animal operations. 3 years ago, the county discovered an illegal slaughter operation of horses, goats, and poultry, and I still can't get any information on the outcome of that inspection. This operation to me smacks of cockfighting. What other purpose does this person have to raise this particular breed of bird? The Mexican tradition of cockfighting is deplorable and cruel, and the Mexican rodeos that are going on also on private ranches in our county, that is a real issue, and the county personnel doesn't have the resources to investigate that. So the county can't keep track of these illegal operations because they're on private property and they don't have the resources to do so, as well-intentioned as they may be. And so the noise and the cruelty of these traditions is something we need to get away from and not enhance. And if they want to raise showbirds, then raise showbirds, not cockfighting birds. So please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else?
Just Keith Boyd has his hand.
Oh, yes. Undersheriff, yes, would you like to?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Keith Boyd, Undersheriff on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. We're here today just to strongly support the agriculture position on denying this request for an exemption. Our data, staff has done a review, shows that in approximately 2019, 2020, in that era, there was an application for a rooster permit to County Animal Services. Shortly after, there was a site inspection, found several building code violations and evidence of cockfighting roosters back then. Animal Services directed the property owner at that time to cease and desist. Property owners aware of that. Information was subsequently reported to county building planning. Building planning found code enforcement violations. Case is still open because property owners continue to deny building inspectors and Animal Services access to the property to inspect. They are here today for their exemption. Their permit request is to have 240 roosters on the property. Ag Commission and officers went out in May, conducted the site. They saw pictures which our staff agree are in alignment with cockfighting or evidence of cockfighting with the roosters and the conditions they were in. They've denied that process and are recommending denial of this. The United Game Fowl Breeders Association notes that it's specific for the purposes of language included for cockfighting. And we are aware of numerous complaints from the community and neighbors in the El Cerrito neighborhood for years, complaining about the nuisance and noise caused by the roosters and potential cruelty to the animals. It is a code enforcement issue, and we support our partners in working through this problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back here for the board for any comments. I'll start on this, and I know rooster keeping has been an issue, at least up in, and I'm sure it is probably in many rural areas, but this issue before us really is for the hobbyist exemption on the permit, and whether these birds are being used for cockfighting or for as a hobby. You know, as I sit here and I listen to the sides presented and see that this operation has been here for quite a few years, at least I think I heard from Animal Services to 2017. And when I listen to to the ag commissioners out here and then to the sheriff, it's I have to trust our county officials who have determined that there is the preponderance of evidence that it's not a hobbyist operation, but a cockfighting operation. And the dubbing, the spurs removal seems to be extremely limited. I don't see any evidence that it's done and for any breeds that would be used normally and as a hobby. So with that myself, as I look at this and look at the some of the paraphernalia that was there, you know, that there's only been a year membership in a hobbyist organization, while there's been a longer membership, from my understanding, in UGBA and a cockfighting organization. I mean, I feel like my position's got to be to support staff recommendation on denying this this permit, or this exemption, I should say. It's not a permit. Yes, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple more questions. So to your point about the evidence of hobbyists, which a person who is recognized by the Ag Commissioner as a member of a local, state, national organization promoting breeding of poultry for exhibition or show and or sale, do we have evidence of showing birds, entering birds into shows, or sale of birds? Is there evidence of this as a hobbyist operation that I'm missing?
No, Supervisor Askew, the only evidence that they submitted was membership cards to the UGBA and the American Poultry Association.
Okay.
And those were current year memberships, so they are current with it, just for that particular currently.
Okay. And then another question that came up, and thank you, Undersheriff, for the information that you shared with us. In regards to noise complaints, are there any, I know we've been through sort of our noise ordinance a dozen different ways and a dozen different times, but are there any current noise complaints? Do we have data about noise complaints at this property?
Supervisor Askew, that's not information that my office has at this point. That's not one of the things that we look at when we're looking at the exemption.
Okay, I'm just.
Craig Spencer here,
thank you.
I'll answer that.
Craig Spencer with HCD. Our current noise regulations exempt agricultural operations.
Exempt agriculture, okay.
So we may have received complaints. I don't have that data in front of me, but we would have closed that complaint out as being related to an agricultural use.
Okay,
The
so
rooster specifically.
So an agricultural operation, even if it's an unpermitted agricultural operation, we wouldn't take that as a noise complaint? It would be permitted agricultural operations, correct?
Yeah, well, yes, it's a noise coming from an animal is the way we look at it, not from a amplified music source, a human created source.
Okay, that's and that's an interesting point to keep in mind as we think about our noise ordinances. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my other question that I'd asked before, and just again, to be clear, so the rooster permit that was applied for in 2021 that was denied, the undersheriff mentioned that a cease and desist order had been issued at that point. What additional enforcement activities took place between 2021 and 2024 when the current application was put forward? And I guess I'm confused, or I'm concerned that we had 3 years of a known out of compliance operation that continued. So if we deny this, and then there's another application for rooster ordinance, so there's something that's in process, and then there's a denial, that we're still looking at 3 to 5 years where we don't have anything happening. How do we ensure that the appropriate enforcement happens, and why didn't it happen previously?
Right, and it came down to staffing. We hit rock bottom staffing, and rooster enforcement takes staffing. Inspections require 2 officers for safety reasons. They're very labor intensive, and at one point we were down to 2 officers for the entire county. And so we're ramping back up, which is why we now have some permits. We're now doing these, but we had not received another permit application from them since we sent them the denial. So it went from, we gave them the denial, Officer Lujan can correct me if I'm wrong, but this exemption came before they've reapplied for a new permit.
Okay.
So they haven't reapplied with us.
Mm-hmm. So the undersheriff mentioned a cease and desist order was issued. Was a cease and desist order from Animal Services? Correct. That was ignored or not?
They still have the birds, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, like the timeline of like what all has happened in the process. And so I guess for me, like I'm looking, there's multiple pieces of this, right? We've got noise complaints, we've got code enforcement issues, we've got a previous history of having animals in violation of county code and ordinance. We then have our exemption that allows for poultry hobbyists that that would address the noise issues, right, would be then a licensed operation that would address some of these other issues. But in the absence of that, we have an operation that's continued in violation of county code for many years, with a number of concerns that could lead us to believe that it's not necessarily an actual hobbyist. It doesn't fit with the exemption requirements. So I'm inclined to, and if I may, I'll make a motion that and it would be to deny the application for a hobbyist. I guess it would be upholding denying the application, but it would be supporting the denial from the Planning Commission to deny the application for hobbyist exemption.
If I may suggest, move for staff recommendation.
I'll move for staff recommendation. Great, yeah, thank you.
I'd be willing to second that and keep that forward, but I want to hear from the other two supervisors, of course, on this matter.
So, I think before the sheriff spoke, I was sort of in a different position, but hearing the sheriff talk about what was seen on the property, that's the evidence to me that puts me in a position where I'm uncomfortable supporting anything but staff recommendation. And I will say, looking at this, I was really uncomfortable with some of the comments made in this room today, specifically by the public about race and culture. As a man of Mexican descent, and as the whispers continue, it is very offensive to who I am as a person. It is very offensive to the culture that I come from, and it is inappropriate. A lot of those things often don't get called out in this room, and I'm not going to sit here today and say that that's okay. It is wildly inappropriate. And so with that being said, what I would have preferred before the sheriff spoke was a path forward that looked like an agreement not to cut the dub or, cut the spurs off and minimize the number and allow for somebody to continue their hobby. But given that comment from the sheriff about a site visit in 19 with evidence, it puts me in a position where I don't feel comfortable without that. I'm just sharing for those reasons. That's the reason that I'm in the position I am today. It was that evidence that was put forward in this room in this context that is putting me in that position. But to the points about noise and who we are as a community, we have the Salinas Rodeo here. Somebody called out rodeos, where they happen and how, and I know there's been attempts to end that practice. That is part of the culture of who we are here on the Central Coast, the vaquero culture. And to have that called out, I get that some people are against that for their own purposes. I understand that. But to tie it back to one culture, it's part of who we are. And the cultures of this country are a melting pot, and it's the beauty and strength that creates us like a rope being braided. We don't come from a single source. We're strands from all over the world that have come together, and that strengthens who we are. And so to deny that and try to place it in one place, especially in a room like this, in this county, the birthplace of California, is wildly inappropriate. All that being said, I hope that there's a different path forward, perhaps with a new application that looks like something like I outlined before, but given what's in front of us today, I'm going to support the motion is made because of what was shared in this room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support staff's recommendation as well. I also support my colleague in his comments, which I found offensive as well, even though my heritage is quite different than yours to some degree. But be that as it may, the things that added up to me that prompted me to support the staff recommendation is, number one, it came from the staff, which I respect a great deal. Number two, hearing from the sheriff, the undersheriff was very important to me. But the other thing is there was nothing to show, there were no little medals from having won or even entered into exhibition sorts of things for these very exotic and beautiful birds. So I think that, that I feel comfortable supporting the staff's recommendations. I think it's definitely the right decision for us today, and I will call for the question.
That and no other comments from the board. We'll put this to a vote here. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. With that, we'll move on to item number 13, which is a public hearing regarding a appeal on the Planning Commission, tie Planning Commission vote for the project on Gonda Street.
Alex, would you share the presentation? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Church and supervisors. I am Mary Israel, and I'm presenting the Anthony Nicola Project, PLN 200203, as a de novo hearing of an after a denial decision that has been appealed by the applicant. The project is located at 124 Gonda Street in the community of Pájaro, and the site is zoned high-density residential with a maximum of 20 units per acre. The site is 1.3 acres in size and is located adjacent to the levee on the southern side of the Pájaro River. The project is located within the Pájaro Community Plan area indicated by a fuchsia dashed line on this map. Adjacent land uses are residential, including apartments, single-family dwellings, and agricultural employee housing. Sorry, this is a very wordy slide. The project brings much-needed agricultural employee housing to the area. The location, as mentioned, is within a community area that's discussed within the 2010 General Plan as priority growth area. The location has utility connections and local amenities available. During previous public committee hearings, including the Agricultural Advisory and the Land Use Advisory, there was opposition from neighbors due to concentration of similar developments. I'm now clicking to drop in the Rio Vista Agricultural Employee Housing Project. It's in pink, not orange, which shows that it's right next door. There was also concern about flooding, emergency response, crime, and quality of life in Pájaro. Immediately to the east, as I've shown, there's that second project. It is already under construction. In 2 hearings before the Planning Commission, issues discussed involved those issues as well as long-term sustainable water supply findings, density bonus provisions, and the need for a draft emergency action plan. In the second hearing, the Planning Commission heard testimony on these items. They failed to pass a motion of approval. It was 3 for, 3 against, 1 recused, and 3 absent. Per PC, or Planning Commission PC, bylaws, they directed staff to prepare a resolution of split vote to memorialize this de facto denial. So now we're looking at a site plan for the project. It does involve demolition of a small single-family dwelling, its shed and septic system, and construction of 2 3-story buildings for 34 2-bedroom units and 1 1-bedroom unit with office, totaling 36,200 square feet. An H2A agricultural working housing project is proposed in 31 of the 20 of the 2-bedroom units and the 1-bedroom office. The project qualifies for a density bonus with 2 incentives. 3 units serve the density bonus as very low income deed restricted housing. The application also includes a request for variance for less than a 200-foot agricultural buffer. The proposed 2 3-story buildings are proposed to reach 43 feet in height from average natural grade and it would require movement of 1,000 cubic yards of soil. There would be 56 parking spaces and bicycle parking. At the bottom of the slide, we just saw the east elevation. Now we're seeing the south elevation. All the units would have access from balcony walkways, and the floors are connected by outdoor staircases. This is just a 3D rendering of the project's height as viewed from the driveway. The H2A housing is designed to have 4 beds per bedroom, shared kitchen and dining room, and private storage for all individuals in each 2-bedroom unit. All the amenities that are required per Section 21, high-density residential, as well as Section 2166, standards for agriculture and employee housing, are provided. So that's areas to exercise, socialize, a trash enclosure area, adequate fencing, a new sidewalk on the frontage of Gonda Street. The project, a density bonus allows the project to increase the density allowed in the underlying zoning district. As I mentioned, that is 20 units per acre. So this density bonus allows another 9 units. The math is that at 1.3 acres with a 20 unit per acre maximum, the zoning density would normally allow 26 units. By dedicating 3 units for very low income restricted rental housing in this development, the project qualifies for a 35% density bonus under state and county laws. That includes 2 incentives. The incentives that the applicant chose are height restriction, being released to go higher than 35 feet, which is a requirement of the particular zoning, and also to have a smaller parking lot than Title 21 would normally require for a project of this size. Stormwater controls are proposed, and a draft stormwater control plan, which included bioswales in the design, has been accepted by HCD staff. Conditions of approval 15 through 20 will ensure that the stormwater controls are installed and maintained for the maximum required on-site retention and the long-term safety of the residents and the area. In the case of flooding, a 18-inch storm drain will direct water under the Gonda Street and over to the Pajaro levee. The location of the project site is on hazardous soils, and that is mitigated by design. Following the project's geotechnical report, it will stabilize the buildings. The location by the levee and the nature of the facility caused the initial study to recommend an emergency action plan as a mitigation measure. The applicant had a draft EAP prepared that adequately addresses evacuation requirements. The project is in a residential neighborhood with a mix of housing types. The 2010 general plan policies that relate to the location allow this type of facility proposed at this location as mitigated and conditioned. The initial study goes through these policies in detail, and staff can cover them if you wish. The next detail is that there is a variance formally required because Title 21 requires a 200-foot buffer in the form of an easement from farmland zoned parcels. So this lot is not farmland zoned, but the neighboring lot is. Even though it's been developed as agricultural employee housing, if we follow Title 21 to the letter, it requires a variance from that code. Now we'll look at traffic. A traffic study was prepared for this project, and the proposed increase in daily trips would not significantly impact the capacity of Gonda Street or nearby intersections to carry the traffic. Even modeled at maximum possible car ownership at the site, which is not the proposed project, the vehicle miles traveled analysis would not be significant because Pajaro's local VMT is below the county average. Current daily trips for Gonda Street is roughly 500. With the project, during the 9-month expected occupancy of the H2A units, the daily trips would be less than 100, so the total would be 600 total trips. And that is well below the 1,000 that's the maximum threshold for a tertiary street. So here is Gonda Street on this picture. And now I'm showing the collecting streets that would gather for ingress and egress down Gonda Street, along with the project. The project increases water use at the site by 11.5 acres per year. The initial study evaluated the potential for this impact on the groundwater within the regulatory environment of the state-recognized Groundwater Sustainability Agency. I'm going to call it a GSA, which is Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency. The GSA regulates the Pajaro Valley groundwater basin, which has been in a state of overdraft for decades and has saltwater intrusion occurring. Long-term sustainable water supply findings are made in the resolution. Although the project does not offer on-site water balance, the stormwater control plan will meet the highest regulatory level of on-site recharge, retaining and percolating up to 95% of surface water runoff. And also there's a program in the Pajaro area that collects the wastewater for treatment and recirculation as agricultural irrigation water. Pajaro Valley Water staff confirmed that roughly 50% of the wastewater from this project during its peak occupancy would be returned to the hydrological system. As the state-identified GSA, Pajaro Valley Water is mandated by the Department of Water Resources to achieve sustainability with their plans and their on-the-ground projects. Many projects are underway and others are under development. As the Nicola project is located in the Pajaro community area, is designed with drought-tolerant landscaping and low-flow fixtures, and has a stormwater control plan, Pajaro Valley Water staff have stated to HCD staff that it does not conflict with their groundwater sustainability plan. Pajaro Sunny Mesa CSD gave the applicant a can-and-will serve letter as well. So based on these facts, a long-term sustainable water supply finding is made. The proposed project was reviewed by the Agricultural Advisory Committee on May 27, 2021. The committee recommended approval of the project and in adopting that recommendation, they had a design which showed a 7-foot tall security fence around the perimeter. They recommended an 8-foot tall fence. The AAC was looking at a previous design where there was an opportunity for some agricultural buffer, and they recommended a 50-foot agricultural buffer in that instance. So instead, we do have a design that doesn't afford a space for an agricultural buffer, and instead the applicant is requesting a variance. And also the fence height remained at 7 feet tall, and staff found that that is adequate for the use. The proposed project was reviewed by the North County Land Use Advisory Committee on June 1st, 2022. Several members of the public attended. 3 spoke against the project, including in Spanish. A county contracted translator was present. Their concerns were with public safety, the conditions of the neighborhood's services, concern for private views, and a general dislike of the idea of a multi-story agricultural housing facility in the area. Committee members shared their concerns with the project, including the potential for the project to convert to a standard apartment complex after density bonus provisions had been granted. And they were also concerned that traffic analysis needs to take into account traffic on San Juan Road from the other project, which is the Rio Vista project. And it was suggested that the 2 share an access driveway loop. Staff reviewed the concerns of the committee with the applicant. The initial study did review cumulative traffic, and the applicant expressed that he was not able to pursue combining driveways with Rio Vista Group. Public concerns for safety influenced the subsequent initial study analysis and precipitated in part the application of mitigation measure Public 1, which required that the owner provide an emergency action plan for the site. So as discussed, the draft plan is now prepared. However, the LUAC did vote not to support the project, 4-1, with 1 member absent. Furthermore, in answer to the Land Use Advisory Committee's concerns, and perhaps your concerns, what happens if the owner wishes to change the project and might need the rest of that parking and other things? In that case, they would have to apply for an amendment to the permit, and the impacts would change. The impacts would then be analyzed at that time. Special conditions of approval were applied to the project by our housing manager to monitor the use of employer-sponsored housing in the 34 units. County Environmental Health Bureau also issues an employer-sponsored housing permit, which must be maintained annually. So the applicant shall provide a copy of that permit to HC Housing every year, And they also have to sign an affordable housing agreement prior to construction permits that memorializes the current status of this housing project and the next steps if it changes. The draft mitigated neg declaration, or MND, for this project was prepared in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act, reflecting the independent judgment of the county. All pertinent issues were analyzed in the mitigated neg deck. Potentially significant impacts were identified, and 10 mitigation measures were recommended. The MND describes conditions of approval that ensure less than significant impacts through application of county and state regulations as well. We've covered the mitigation measure, which requires safe evacuation through the EAP. Another measure ensures peak wastewater delivery through a sewer system assessment, and that's UTIL 1, which has been edited, and there's a presentation coming from the applicant about that. And UTIL 1 now specifically reads that if Gonda Street system requires any upgrades to serve the project, the applicant shall cause the work to be done. 2 mitigation measures ensure cultural and tribal cultural resources are not mishandled or destroyed during excavation. 6 mitigation measures ensure avoidance of biological resources which were not identified on the project site, but have the possibility to be in the area. 3 comments were received, and those are shown in Exhibit E to the staff report. Staff found some of the comments would be best handled with a responsive errata edit in the text of the initial study. Responsive edits are in a redlined version, which is attachment H. If it is this version that staff recommends the board to adopt. Altogether, the mitigated neg deck demonstrates that the mitigation measures and conditions of approval effectively address all project issues and will mitigate all potential significant impacts to less than significant. Okay, so 2 comment letters were received prior to this hearing. Oh, this is the findings. The Planning Commission considered many positives and negative aspects of the proposed project. Only 6 members of the commission were available to review and vote on the project application. They voted a motion for approval as proposed. However, they could not achieve a majority vote. And no substitution motion was made. After additional deliberation, they found they would not be able to achieve a majority on a denial vote either. Therefore, the commission resolved to memorialize the split vote pursuant to Section 12 of the Planning Commission bylaws. Their personal reasonings for denial were the basis for the appeal, and they argued against the denial based on that, as well as in-hearing discussion that supported those findings. So the findings against the project are summarized on this slide. Commissioner Roberts opined that it's not the right location for the project due to the proximity to the levee and the dead-end street, and that after the ag employees' housing went in on Susan Street, there seemed to be a sense that HCD planning had worn the community out. Commissioner Monsalve explained her concerns for traffic safety and negative impacts to quality of life for the Gonda Street residents. Both commissioners voted against the motion for approval. Commissioner Deal expressed reservations given that the levee is not fully repaired, and the subject site is at the end of this dead-end street next to the levee. She also opined that if the project were proposed in other areas of the county, there would be greater concern with its impact on the relevant community. And finally, she expressed the need for a community planning process prior to intensifications of the uses in Pájaro. The appeal also included a section about how the project embodies the county housing element policies that promote agricultural employee housing. Staff found that the project does comply with the housing element policies. However, other factors are taken into account in discretionary decisions on projects. Discussion of the project at the first 2 Planning Commission hearings included commissioner statements that H2A housing of individual workers is less appealing than farm worker housing for complete families. Also in that section of the appeal, the appellant highlighted that in order to deny a farm worker housing project, specific written findings must be made based on the preponderance of evidence in the record that the project will have a specific adverse impact on the public health and safety. Staff agrees with the state code and notes that the denial in this last case was de facto. It was actually a split vote memorialized in the resolution. It was not a denial of the farm worker housing, and should the board deny the project, specific findings would need to be made on a denial resolution. For these main points, on this and the previous slide, a finding has been made in the draft board resolution which supports the appeal because technical reports by outside consultants found no physical or environmental constraints that would indicate that the site is not suitable for the proposed use as mitigated and conditioned. The MND and the draft board resolution before you demonstrate that the project complies with all the pertinent 2010 general plan policies and Title 21. 3 comment letters were received prior to the hearing. One is a letter of support from the State HCD, Division of Housing Policy and Development. The second was a follow-up on that appeal, reasoning that the appellant's representative, and then the comment letter cited the applicant had worked with staff in preparing the project that is before you. The third comment email was received prior to this hearing. It's from a Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County Incorporated, and it stated that it was on behalf of the Pajaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance. Their statements are on this slide. They're effectively opposed to the project because they find that the site should prioritize Pajaro residents and be used more than the 9-month period that's proposed. This slide presents an errata edit to Util 1. This is condition 34. There was a clerical error made on the preparation of the resolution, and the conditions of approval were pulled from a previous hearing. This condition of approval mitigation measure Util 1 was slightly edited by staff working with the applicant and Pajaro Community Services District, as well as Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. So it is written in the form that you have before you on the dais, and the paper form. That's the version that all of those groups had agreed to in the second hearing at the Planning Commission. My apologies for the wrong version being attached. All other conditions of approval are correct. Therefore, staff recommends, based on all of the evidence that's put before you and the comments that have come in, that with minor staff edit, staff recommends the board support the appeal by Anthony Nicola, adopt the MND and condition of approval mitigation monitoring reporting plan, and approve the combined development permit for the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a 36,200 square foot 3-story housing project for use primarily as an agricultural employee housing facility to house up to 250 workers. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Before we go to the appellant, I wonder if I could get one little clarification on a slide back on the ingress egress into Uganda Street. Could we show that up? Because I was a little confused by what I saw. Yes. There were arrows here a minute ago, weren't there? Yes.
You want the arrows?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. The 2 arrows going to the side, this is hardly, I mean, it's, you guys, you could call it an egress off the street, but they're not. They're dead-end streets.
Yeah, the point of this is to show that the main, so from a bird's eye view, the main street for access for this project is Gonda Street. And that is also the collector street for everyone coming off of those side streets off of Gonda.
What are the name of those side streets?
They don't have access out from another street.
But those are actually not streets, are they? Are they county roads? I thought they're private drives.
They're roads. What
are the names?
The one on the end is private drive. The middle one, I want to say, is Elsa. I believe it's Elsa.
It's Elsa, but the other one is a private drive.
So the other one's a private drive, but there's a lot of houses up there.
Right. So
yes.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. So if I were to draw on this, I don't know if they let me annotate. No, I can't annotate, but.
That's okay. I just needed clarification on that right there. Yes, and for the appellant, you have 10 minutes if you'd like to do your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair, Church, members of the board. get this adjusted. I'm a little too tall for this one.
The presentation is ready by staff, right?
Thank you very much. I'm Cody Phillips from Anthony Lombardo and Associates on behalf of the owner of the project before you, Anthony Nicola. Next slide, please. This project provides much-needed affordable housing, including 31 units for ag housing and 3 deed-restricted very low housing units. The project will ultimately provide up to 250 ag employees, and 35 units will count towards the county's regional housing needs allocation or RENA numbers that's required in the housing element. The project utilizes the density bonus created by state law, as Mary pointed out, and as such, we're also entitled to the 2 incentives that we've requested. Those 2 incentives are the reduction in the required parking spaces and an increase in the allowed height. And those incentives are requested to allow the affordable housing project to be constructed on this irregularly sized parcel. Mr. Nicola has been working with staff on this project since he submitted his application 3 years ago in 2021 in order to provide this affordable housing project in this location, including the lengthy preparation and eventual circulation of the MND, which took nearly a year and a half. Next slide, please. Here's the project site plan. And you can see that it's located at the end of Gonda Street and adjacent to the recently approved larger Rio Vista H2A project, which is currently under construction. Next slide, please. These are some images of that Rio Vista project showing the construction progress, and actually now it's completed and operational. Next slide, please. On April 10th of this year, at the Planning Commission hearing for this project, a motion to approve ended in a tie vote, and on May 8th, 2024, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution finding an unbreakable tie and stating the reasons for each of the 6 commissioners voting to either approve or deny. The reasons cited by the commissioners that chose to deny are here on this slide. The commissioners suggested that this is the wrong location for the project because of the proximity to the levee and the dead-end street, that the community was worn out, and that the project would have unspecified impacts to the community on Gonda Street. The project was subject to an extensive and detailed initial study, which concluded that with the implementation of the required mitigations for the project, this site was suitable. And those mitigations include, but are not limited to, as Mary pointed out, the elevation of the site above the floodplain, preparation of the emergency operations plan, of course meeting all local and state fire codes and construction codes, and an ag buffer that Mary pointed out is now over 60 feet greater than required by county code based on proximity to the actual farmed land in the vicinity. And there is no substantial evidence in the record to support any of the stated reasons for denial by the 3 commissioners. Following the April hearing, our office contacted State HCD, next slide please, to inquire whether the Planning Commission's denial of this project was consistent with the Housing Accountability Act, Government Code Section 65589.5, and other provisions of state law related to the approval of housing projects, including the density bonus law. State HCD responded with their letter of June 10 to the Board of Supervisors and provided the statements that are here on this slide, including that the project meets the definition of a housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act, and that limits the local government's ability to disapprove or reduce the density of development projects that are consistent with objective local development standards. And the subjective standards such as negative impacts to quality of life cannot be the basis for disapproving or reducing the density of a housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act. And that further, the Housing Accountability Act prohibits the county from disapproving a housing development project without written findings supported by a preponderance of the evidence in the record that there is a specific adverse impact upon public health or safety, and that mitigation of the adverse impacts is not possible. And I read those specifically because that is key here. And next slide, please. Those statements by HCD are codified in state law under the Housing Accountability Act, and that's Government Code Section 65589.5. And the excerpt that I provided here is provides an relevant part that a housing development project may not be denied unless it makes written findings, again, based upon a preponderance of the evidence in the record, that the project has a specific adverse impact on public health and safety. As we've discussed, there are no impacts caused by this project, as demonstrated by the mitigated negative declaration. There is no evidence in the record, including any evidence submitted as part of the several hearings on this project over the past few months, that would support the required findings under this code section to deny the project. There are, similarly, no written quantifiable standards that the project is not satisfying that would have a specific adverse impact to public health and safety. Next slide, please. There's no evidence in the record, let alone substantial evidence, that the project will result in these significant impacts. The environmental document was clear that there would be no impacts as a result of the project, hence the mitigation measures that have been imposed on the project. We have obtained a will serve letter from the water supplier confirming long-term water supply, and we've obtained a will serve letter from the sanitation district confirming sewer service. The project will not adversely, as Mary said, affect aquifer or basin functions or hinder other efforts to renew aquifer or basin functions. Several projects are already underway or planned that are intended to balance the groundwater basin, and half of the water consumed by this project will be reclaimed and recycled into agricultural irrigation water. Furthermore, the traffic report for the project concluded that there are no traffic impacts. Importantly, transportation to and from the site will be provided by the employers. There's not the typical number of trips per day per unit that you would expect in a traditional multifamily building. This also means that there are fewer vehicles which will be located on the site, as employees do not have their own vehicles. Next slide, please. The project also includes a request for a variance from the 200-foot ag buffer. Next slide. And here you can see that because of the H2A project next door, the nearest farmland is now 265 feet away. Next slide, please. The Ag Advisory, and I apologize that this is a little bit blurry, but the Ag Advisory Committee unanimously supported the project in 2021, and the Farm Bureau of Monterey submitted a letter supporting the project and the applicant's effort to address a, quote, critical shortage of farm worker housing. Next slide, please. The shortage is confirmed in the county's housing element, which provides, quoting here, assuming that all farm laborers who work over 150 days on one farm have adequate housing and that all seasonal and migrant workers do not have housing, an estimated 16,713 workers would need housing during the peak farming season each year, and there remains a serious need to provide housing for farm workers, and oftentimes their families as well. Next slide, please. 2018 study was commissioned by the City of Salinas and prepared by the Institute of Rural Studies reached the same conclusion, as you can see here. Next slide, please. So there's clearly a need for this type of farm worker housing in our community that this project will seeks to address. Just want to point out also, as Mary mentioned, that Condition 34, as it was prepared in the as you have in your packet, the board has in their packet, was not the same condition that was presented to the Planning Commission and that we had reviewed. So I have not seen we spoke to staff, and staff indicated that the language of the condition is now substantially the same as we have here on this slide. But we would request that if the board were to approve, to also approve this condition with language either the same or substantially similar to the recommended changes. Next slide, please. In short, there are no significant impacts generated by the project. The project will provide 35 units toward the county's RENA numbers. It will increase the supply of much-needed farm worker housing in the county. And importantly, there is no evidence in the record to support the denial of the project under the Housing Accountability Act. Mr. Nicola is eager to move this project forward and bring this nearly 3-year process to a close. We respectfully request that the board follow staff's recommendation and grant the appeal, with the exception of condition 34, which we just discussed. We would thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do have one question on a comment you made, Mr. Phillips. Did you state that the employees will not own their own vehicles?
It's not typical of this program. The vehicles are transportation provided by the employer. It's required under the H-2A program.
But they may own their own vehicles. I thought you stated they will not own their own vehicles.
They could, but
yeah, okay. I just want to get clarification of what was going on there. The question I have is on the traffic study that was done. I know these, you know, when you look at this, now I know we saw pictures of the vacant lot on the Rio Vista project, and I think there was reference to me that it's being constructed, but it's actually in operation now. And this one is going to be adjacent right to it. So there's, as I look at this, and it's hard to look at one without the other because they're really basically serving the same purpose. And I know we had the same traffic study done on these, the same consultant, I should say, doing the traffic study. The traffic study is already a little bit old, and I have some real questions with how good the traffic study has been. You know, when I looked at the Susan Street one, refers that there's, you know, because there's parked cars along Susan Street, and Gonda, of course, doesn't have it, but it's, but on Susan Street, there's parked cars. There was going to be 19 feet and space between them, and the traffic study specifically mentioned that you can drive a bus would be able to go down there, and a car would be able to pass as well. That was, you know, very, very clear on that. I happened to be out checking both the roads on yesterday, and it just happened to be when I went down, coming out of Susan Street, 2 cars were coming. I actually, you know, there's no way the car could pass me. I actually had to pull over right next to the parked car, stop, and the other car to creep past. So I can see a bus is going to take up the whole space, and seeing that kind of a glaring error and that traffic study raises questions for me on the other one, which I also noticed did not, appropriately raise the point that there's no parking on Gonda. And as we've saw through the map, that there's one road, and then there's also a private drive that several cars go down to. It was also apparent when I looked under yesterday that there was numerous cars that are parked on the sidewalk. But I don't see how the traffic study really addressed that issue and how that's going to bring pedestrians out into the street. It actually was very glowing that the pedestrian traffic is going to be very well move on to that. And I'm just looking for any answers on why that particular problem is not really addressed.
Okay. Well, Chair, the traffic study, traffic impacts analysis by Keith Higgins, was dated March 25th, 2021, and it was a subsequent update on November 2021. When it concluded that the study intersections currently operate at or better than their respective levels of service, which is LOS level D, they weren't able to get out and do on the ground research on the traffic flow, because at the time that the report was being prepared, they said that it was in post-COVID-19 levels and it wouldn't reflect realistic levels. So they also turned to traffic volumes at the 4 intersections, approximating them from other sources, including a set of peak traffic hour volumes from a 2018 study by the County Public Works, and also a 2019 annual averages for Porter Drive and San Juan Road in Pajaro. So that's along the lines of what you're saying, the age of the data. The second question about the treatment of Gonda Street, there's a supplemental memorandum from HCD Engineering Services that is attached to the staff report that talks about the flow of traffic there. Staff did look at the width of Gonda Street in our own HCD analysis. And so HCD and engineering services did really step in where the traffic report didn't fully analyze that. So I can go into that just really briefly, that Gonda Street is wider than Susan Street. It's 26 feet wide from curb to curb. Parking is prohibited on either side of the street. But even with illegal parking on both sides, a 9.5 foot wide bus, which is the largest vehicle that H2A housing shuttle would be, could pass through the middle, and that's from side mirror to side mirror, 9.5 feet, with illegal parking on both sides. Were 2 buses to pass, one would need to pull over into an available space. So they'd have to plan that carefully. And the National Association of City Transportation Officials information that we did refer to asserts that two-way yield streets are appropriate in residential environments where drivers are expected to travel at low speeds, such as Gonda Street. So what you were describing and pulling over, letting someone pass, that is a normal flow of traffic, and the buses would do that in their routing.
Okay. Thank you. It didn't really, while the traffic study did address the pedestrian traffic, though, it didn't really address the issue with what is really widespread parking. And I mean, my office gets calls about the illegal parking on the sidewalks there quite a bit. It doesn't really address how that's going to really drive pedestrians back out into the road and what effect that's going to have on the safety and the issue. So I just noticing that wasn't really covered. The other thing is on the traffic study, while we're talking about intersections, is which is somewhat of a glaring, in my view, concern would have been with both these studies, is that neither one of them really addressed what is still a proposal of a road diet on Salinas Road to cut it from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, which would have a significant traffic impact. So I'm wondering why that wasn't addressed in the study.
No, I'm not sure we have the answer to that question at the moment, but we can find someone from HCD traffic section or Public Works potentially to help answer that question.
All right, thank you. On to there. I just want to see what some questions I just had here. I want to, before we go out to the public, see if any of the board members have any other questions on the presentations. Yes, Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Just to clarify, how RENA, what number of these units would qualify towards our RENA? Would it just be the 3 deed restricted, affordable, or I think we've been counting farm worker housing in RENA, but can you just clarify that for me?
Thank you for asking, through the chair. So county did research this at length with the applicant while we were preparing the conditions of approval for the housing. And what our housing manager deduced is that although in the past ag housing has been counted toward RENA, in this case, the 8 beds per unit would likely, with their combined incomes, go higher than inclusionary housing levels and would not be counted toward RENA. So it would be the 3 units that would count toward RENA. Just wanted to correct the presentation by Cody Phillips. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, we have counted ag employee housing units towards RENA. So that would be 35 in this case, not the total number of potential occupants, if it were counted that way, and it's been counted in the moderate income category. So if it were counted, that would be 31 moderate income units, if we can count it according to the state HCD rules and regulations for counting. And there would be, though, 3 deed restricted, very low income units that we certainly can count. Those are certain.
Okay, and then the other question is just any comments? We received a letter from state HCD regarding this project with a number of obligations outlined. Is there any staff commentary on the letter from HCD? Or response, feedback?
Not really. I mean, I know that the applicant was in contact with state HCD about some specific questions, and the letter that came to us from state HCD didn't seem to answer any specific questions, but did seem to say that they would support the county's supporting of this project because of the housing implications and the Housing Accountability Act.
Okay, and then one final question is when the, not that we're looking at each project on its own, but I think one of the concerns that the community had raised with the previous farm worker housing project in Pajaro was access to recreational spaces and activities, and the park that is within walking distance was included as a community benefit for that project. Was there any discussion about the need for community benefit or recreational locations for those individuals who would be staying, 8 beds to a unit is a lot of people in a small amount of space. And I recognize people are working during the day and, that they're here to, for that purpose, but making sure that we have those larger community benefits in place, I think is important.
Yeah, in this case, there wasn't a discussion about larger community benefit. There are on-site recreational opportunities. They're fairly small.
It was
Susan
4,000 square feet of turf.
Yes, and Susan Street did something similar to that, but also is through negotiations offered to make a dedication for some funding to the Pajaro Community Services District, I think, for the Pajaro Park.
Okay.
But that wasn't a conversation on this project.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thanks. I have a curiosity question more than anything else. I feel that the HCD letter is just like the very first example that we have seen where the state is now coming in telling us what we can and cannot do because we have not completed our housing element, because we've not completed the process. So, I think that was step one was the builder's remedy, and then decided to say the V word. And step two was that they could tell us what we can and cannot do, and that's what we're seeing now, and I expect that we're probably going to see more of this in the future. I did have a couple of other questions regarding the 3 units. Are they going to be included in the 2 3-story buildings, or are they going to be separate units?
Through the
They are going
chair.
to be within?
Through the chair, yes, they will be included in the development project.
So is the development project only those 2 3-story buildings, no other structures on the property at all?
Yes, through the chair.
Okay, thank you. I think, well, I'll just go ahead and ask this one. There is a great demand for ag worker housing. There is simply no question about that. But I question whether this is the kind of ag housing that we need. We have people who live here who need housing, and we have people who live in the Pajaro area who desperately need housing. If this is an H2A project, that's not going to have an impact on them. In fact, it's going to keep them from being able to get housing. And I wanted to just understand that this project is very different, like the Tanamura and Atoll or the some of the other projects where the employer is also the landlord. The employer has built the project and therefore can sort of ensure that the behavior of the workers at work is replicated at home. They're cared for really well. They have all of the most amazing, recreational and bus trips places and things like that. And I'm worried about this because there's no, we don't even know for sure that you're going to get contracts from ag companies to house the people, unless those exist, and we simply haven't received any information about it. But these are not going to be local people that get this housing, if I'm reading this correctly. And there won't be families because aren't the H-2A workers just come on their own?
I think that's a political discussion for us, right, in that context, because the way I see it is right now I know of hundreds of homes that are used by companies where they house workers, right? So by creating this housing opportunity, those houses become free, right? They open up for families to access. And so that question about ownership, I mean, if you look at the Avila projects, those are owned by the Avilas, right? Including the ones in the city of Greenfield. They're not owned by the operator who is using the housing for H2A, which is Duda, I think is their largest, or it's Elkhorn Packing, depending on which entity they're using. But in that context, it is creating opportunity by reducing the drive and need for housing single-family homes out in the community. So the way I see it, it is having a positive impact on everyone in the community because the amount of hands we need to harvest the crops that we have is the need for the housing for those folks is still huge, regardless of where they come from, whether they're domestic or not. This sort of project, we know from experience, is going to have to pay school fees. So the schools will see a benefit, but they are not allowed, based on the restrictions, to house any school-age children in the housing. So it still provides a benefit to the community in that context. But to the question of the politics about what we approve, the other side of that is we just talked about the traffic concerns. If you say it is for families, now we know what happens, and you can drive Chular and see the impact. You'll be talking about way more cars than you can cite and park on this facility. So you're going to have the other side of the impact. And yeah, so I hear you, but I see all the nuance and the detail to the other side of that coin where I see a benefit, and I know that I've advocated for that in the past.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead if you have questions or so.
Yeah, a question on that letter from HCD, from state. The way I read it was they're saying that this fits the context of the builder's remedy, not revenge, as we've talked about. And so I'm just curious, that's a big concern to me. It's a major flag, right? Given the decision that we're being asked to make up here, is that putting ourselves in that position? It might be to council. What are the potential legal ramifications? 'Cause what we have before us today is staying in line with that recommendation. But if we're going to say create alternate findings and come back, I feel like we're sitting here creating the context for a great case against us, is how it feels to me. I'm looking for some legal cover here and what you think we may or may not have.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I'm reticent to opine, but I'll also have Robert Brer weigh in because he's been researching all these issues as it relates to this project.
It is an excellent question. I read the letter and the statute as simply constraining the reasoning for a denial and narrowing it quite a bit. As has been stated here several times, there has to be specific evidence in the record of health and safety, specific adverse health and safety impacts caused by the project. So it just limits the concerns that can be justifiable for a decision. For example, the statute specifically says a zoning designation isn't enough. It has to be something that shows essentially that health and safety impact could not be remedied without making the housing unaffordable. So I think that's really the key to it is that could drive a denial, but anything else would be potentially suspect. So whether that is in the record or not, I think is for you to decide based on what's presented. I don't have an opinion on it. There's a lot of issues that have been raised about this project. So I would just say that it's a question of how specific is the evidence that would support a denial. And if the board is inclined to go in that direction, then I would certainly work with HCD staff to determine whether that is the case and if we determine there isn't those grounds, we would bring it back to the board and advise you accordingly, and then you could make your decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to take this out to public comment. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to address this matter? You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Church and members of the board. What a great presentation we have heard, and I'm impressed. I really am impressed. However, I'm coming from a little different area and point of view. I have been in Pájaro over 30 years. I'm here today as the chair of the Pájaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance. It's composed of a consortium of nonprofits, organizations serving Monterey County for many years. Also under this alliance, we have a group of businesses and residents and land use committee subcommittees. And together we have come to the conclusion that this project, beautifully as it's presented, it will not bring any betterment for the community of Pájaro. And I have several points here. It does little to contribute to the betterment of the Pájaro community in general, and especially to Gonda. There are concerns of our residents, and we've done some individual questioning on the streets. Is it safety? And there's this little street called Elsa Street that contributes to the whole congestion. Word is out in the community that this is a done deal, that we should not come before you and express our concerns of safety or anything because it's already done. And I hope not. I hope that's not true. Housing, absolutely, we need housing. We need housing, but we need housing for families. We already have Susan Street. So join us together so we could deal with this housing issue for our community. Nicola, join us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lorena Weldon. I'm also with the Alliance Group of Pájaro. I keep hearing that there's no going to be any impact in the neighborhood. Has anybody talked to the families? As a mother, I would be very concerned with 250 men, because nobody has actually pointed that out, coming in, living into that property. We are trying to get kids out of the house to play and outside. As a mom, I would not. 250 men that are ag workers, because it's been specified that no children will be allowed to live in that property. And also, we have to understand that we would be changing the culture of the street. They've been living there for years. They are out there on their bikes. They're playing outside. That is going to change 100%. The parents want to make sure their kids are okay. They're in their minds, they don't know them, right? As I'm going to, I can go on, but it's the safety. Yes, we need housing. We're overcrowded in Pájaro, but we need families to connect and join the same culture that it already has. As a parent, I'm going to ask you, would you like this kind of housing to be around your children or your grandchildren? Let's think outside and look at it in a different perspective. Our goal as the Alliance Group is to create in Pájaro an amazing group for the future, for our youth, for them to feel safe. That's the big word. We want them to feel safe, and we want them to feel proud of where they live. And honestly, this is not part of it. So I want you to please look at it as parents and grandchildren and grandparents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers would like to speak on this? Do we have anybody online? Nobody online. Okay, with that, close public comment and bring it back here to the board. And, I think, the issue here is a question of, will this, project, as we discussed earlier, have an impact on health and safety in the community? And I have heard nobody that has said that that we don't need more housing, that this shouldn't be some kind of housing. But there are those who have raised concerns and issues about this particular project here and the impact that it could necessarily have. As I said earlier, I think when we look at this here in this project, you almost have to look at the project that's been on Susan Street, because it's been into operation, and so we can kind of see what impact, and if it's having a health and safety impact upon the community. When I look at this H2A housing, farm worker housing, and I see down in Greenfield or over here in Salinas, they're good projects. They're good projects. They provide, as Supervisor Lopez stated, an avenue for housing to go, or for farm workers to go for housing outside of private homes. However, both Susan Street and Gonda Street have unique features that are not the case with any of these other projects. And that is, they're the only two projects that have been proposed that are on dead-end residential streets. And that, in many ways, changes the whole concept and raises the more of an issue of safety, because you have people, you have families, as some of the speakers have raised here, who live there in the neighborhood, and now suddenly you've had a big influx of people. When I look at Pajaro, which is a population of under 3,000, and what the number of people coming into to these two projects would be, we're talking about increasing the population by 20 or 25%, which is pretty significant amount of number, and it's all in one area, all within the small neighborhood of the Gonda Susan Street projects. So as we look at these, and we have a real transient population of becoming in. They're not part of the community. They're many, it's like migrant farm workers in many ways, but they don't have their roots into the community. So they bring in a different perspective and a different, somewhat of a different cultural change out of there. And some of that can be seen what's happened on Susan Street, where my office itself has received quite a few comments, quite a few complaints from what has become a gathering every week of vendors down at the end of the street, selling clothes, almost like on a flea market situation, selling, or I should say maybe cashing checks, even selling shots of alcohol. And why would that be different from an apartment complex? Because there are apartment complexes in Pajaro that don't have this happening, and this is happening right in the street, the middle of the street, repeatedly. It's, again, because you're looking at the difference between people who are part of a community and people who are transient. And when you have transient workers come in, they don't know where to go shop. They don't know the community. While if we had apartments down there, and that were people in the community who were there, you would not have that. You would not have that influx of vendors coming in, because these people know where they're going to go in the community. So that has an impact. There is obviously on Susan Street and I got to think this is because it's happening in Susan Street, it's going to happen over on Gonda. There is a safety traffic issue. You just can't have people selling items in the street, whether it's alcohol or food or clothing or whatever it may be, and cashing checks. And I've, again, my office has had calls from people going on to private yards and doing this. One guy apparently parks and does some selling there while the people are gone during the week, during the day while they're working. So there's definitely an issue there that hadn't been thought about or hadn't been addressed earlier. which I think is really significant onto there. The other thing is, as I looked around at some studies on seeing what happens when you have a large transient population in an area, there's article in the American Journal of Economics and Sociology, the Department of Justice Uniform Crime Reporting Program, other variable sources that pointed out that with transient populations, whether they're college students, workers, or even out-of-area shoppers, that all this has and I'll put this quote, this has a positive effect on crimes of burglary, larceny, and robbery. And population density also increases onto that. So I wanted to check with the Sheriff's Department and just see if there's been any uptick. And if you look back over the previous years on Susan Street, again, having to use this as a comparison with Gonda, there's been about 8 to 16 calls to the Sheriff's Office per year. Since the construction started in 2023, and now we're in 2024, and last year there was 23 calls to the Sheriff's Department, and this year there's already been 12. So there's about a doubling of increase of calls that have been going on. So yes, I think that's a verifiable, clear potential threat onto safety with individuals because of an increase in sheriff calls. And I think that has to be taken into some consideration because, again, what we're doing is we're doubling the transient population there. If the project that being proposed here, if it's housing, comparable housing for people that are lived in the community, people that have a stake in the community, that isn't going to happen. That isn't going to happen. You're not going to have the vendors there. It's going to be addressing needs onto the community as well. So, so it's, well, again, while these projects as a general rule have been really good throughout the county, this one here is completely different in the location where it's being put. And I'm not going to be able to support it because the trend that's already showing here in the community and doubling the population is just going to increase that. Pajaro has had just decades of neglect, and it's hard to justify increasing the population like this and not utilizing the limited amount of space to use for the people in the community who are in dire needs of housing. There are not a lot of places that can be grown. This is one of the few vacant lots. There are not a lot. And I'd be very supportive of any development that would go on that wasn't bringing in an increase in what appears to be safety issues. If it was being done, being proposed here for the community, be absolutely behind it. I believe the community would be very much behind it. With that, I'll pass it on to other supervisors.
So,
Director Lopez, you like to go?
Yeah, so I guess my first concern is I do think we're setting ourselves up for a lawsuit that I don't think we're going to win. Based on what I've heard, I don't see why we can't approve the project today without the restrictions, right? Based on community desire for it to be housing in general, and then let the free market play. And then, see, I'm already seeing no from the crowd. If it's no housing, it's no housing. But if we want community housing, let's build community, open it up to everyone and let the market play. We need units. And to just say not here, when you talk about positive impact of having kids in the school, that drives up revenue for the school. When you talk about folks in town that can shop at the grocery store that aren't being fed consistent meals as required through H2A, that has the positive benefits. We're adding units, we're adding taxable base, right? And so I'm not gonna sit up here and support anything that says no housing at this site. If we wanna remove the restrictions, understanding the trade-off is additional traffic, I'm there for that too, but that's, listening what's better in this instance. But to just say, here's a project that is elevated out of the flood zone, that has water, that has all those other expectations met, I'm prepared to support something today. I also want to recognize that there's 4 of us up here. If we end up at a 2-2, I hope we can kick until Supervisor Alejo's back and we can have a tiebreaker in that instance. But looking at all the different elements to this, to just say, I'm the grandson of a bracero, and this is the modern bracero program. And to just say, well, we're fearful because of who it is and that it's men. I would want it in my communities. I've advocated it in my communities, just in response to that point. This is the Modern Bracero program. This is how folks are here to work, and they're not here to cause trouble. They're here to work and go home. If they could be here year-round, they might want to be, but this program requires that they go back. And so to that fear about what happens in the winter, they're not here in the winter either because there's no work because it's too wet, especially in that area, which is primarily in strawberries. These are the realities of this region, the realities of this program. And so given what we're hearing today, I want to see a project move. If we want to remove some of the restrictions and let it be open to local families and let Mr. Nicola make that choice based on what those opportunities are, I'm open to that. But today I do want to see a project move.
Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. So just referencing back to the letter and all from HTD, the information from the Planning Commission, which there's quite a bit of detail. I'm reading this. So subjective standards such as negative impacts to quality of life cannot be the basis for disapproving a housing project under this Housing Accountability Act. Further, the HA prohibits the county from disapproving a qualifying housing project that would have to be supported by preponderance of the evidence on the record that there's specific adverse effect on public health or safety. So I was listening for that in public comment. I'm listening for that from staff. I didn't see that when I was reading through the Planning Commission documents. We're moving forward into this space where we are asking, where we're being asked, and we're asking our communities to welcome additional housing into existingly developed areas. The alternative is sprawl out into our undeveloped areas. I'm not here to support sprawl, and I've been clear about that, which means I have to be supportive when we have infill development projects that come forward. So this is an infill development project that definitely has community concerns. I hear those community concerns. I see those community concerns. While I personally would welcome this project on my street, I can speak that as a mom with kids that play outside, but I hear that there are concerns. I hear that there are concerns about traffic. I get that, but to base my decision based on what I'm required to base a decision on, which is the preponderance of evidence supporting adverse impact on health and safety, I'm not seeing that. I think that there are issues that Supervisor Church brought up that we've seen happening at the neighboring project, which definitely need to be addressed. But is that a preponderance of evidence negatively impacting public safety? I don't know that we have that evidence before us today. So I'm inclined to be supportive of the project. I would like to ask the developer, one of the conditions that we placed on the neighboring project was a request for some community benefit contribution to the Pajaro Park, which is where we have a lot of community events that happen and where we would expect that people would recreate in evenings and weekends on days when they're not working. So I would ask that to be considered as part of our, if we move forward with approval of this plan. And my final just sort of, as we think about the community, this isn't the first or only project where we're going to be asking the community to support infill development at higher density levels. And the only way we're going to get to our housing, the only way we're going to meet our housing needs, the only way we're going to hit our RHNA numbers without extensive urban sprawl, which is not good for anyone, is through infill development of higher density projects. And so it's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be, it's not, there will be impacts to that, but I think it's the path that we have to take to move forward. So I'll be supportive of the staff, the approval of this project today. But I would like to hear if there's an opportunity to include a community benefit similar to what we did for the neighboring project, I think it would be the least that we could ask for to mitigate some of the impacts on that the neighbors have shared.
Before we go to Supervisor Adams, I just want to clarify, for Supervisors Lopez and Askew, I did not state any opposition to housing on this particular project. And I, actually specifically expressed that this would be an appropriate place for housing onto there. Looking regarding the numbers, specifics, concerns and safety, that's why I checked with the Sheriff's Department, and that there has been a doubling of calls, of sheriff calls, I think is significant. And that is, had a big role in my impacting me.
And I would just add, is that in relation to the population? So if population went up 3x in this neighborhood, but calls only went up 50%, you know what I mean? We've got to look at the full figure there in terms of
That's kind of the problem, but actually these numbers are, the sheriff gave me one set of numbers this morning and then looked in a little deeper to rule out those that were come from the flood and from some other that just stopped by. So these are definitely, calls, safety calls into there. But the point you make is that, yes, the population did increase. So yes, of course, you did have, that's the concern, that's the issue. It created higher likelihood of crime going on in the area. And there is the issue of the streets being clogged with vendors multiple days a week. So, those are the two verifiable points that I bring up here that I felt really need to be addressed. And again, the difference is, if this wasn't a street lined with homes, with families, it would be a different situation. You would not have those sheriff calls. You would not have that impact where the vendors are blocking traffic. It's a nature of where it is unfortunate. Good projects, bad location, but I think fully supportive of some other kind of housing into there, which is not going to have that negative impact on the safe and healthy of the community.
So I know we're going to go to Supervisor Adams, but I just want to say if we remove the restrictions and allowed it to be market housing, right, then we couldn't preclude it from being farm worker housing, if that makes sense, right? Because at that point, you're just saying whatever the highest and best use is that the developer can get for it becomes that use. If families, right, or can pay the equal amount, that's his call as the developer there, but it creates that opportunity because inevitably the way I've looked at all the projects that we've created is one day the H2A program is going to go away. For political reasons or the lack of need, one day that program will disappear. And we've forced our developers in Monterey County, and I think appropriately, to design these to one day accommodate families, right, as 2-bedroom units. And so I just want to put that out there in terms of my other piece that I threw on the table was if we remove that restriction, then it's really up to the market to play that. I just wanted to put that there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to that. I would like to, I don't know if I can make the decision on today, but I want to explore, I would be willing to explore that and have us come back and make a decision on that once I understand all the questions on that. But it does not, it addresses the need of housing for the community that way too. Yes, Supervisor Adams.
So I'm not going to be able to support the staff recommendation. And the reason that I feel that way is, again, it goes to the safety element more than anything else. I think about the quote-unquote shuttles that are going to be taking people back and forth. How do we, how's that really going to work? Because we don't even know who the employers are that are going to be having their workers there. And is it going to be all of the same employers? Or are we going to have 5 different buses because 5 different, companies have crews that are based in the house? That's, in the apartment building, that'll be an issue. I couple that with the fact that there are a lot of children on the street. The way that cars are parked on that street right now, all on the sidewalks, I just don't see how that's going to work. I also worry about the cars when you were talking about the H2A workers definitely want to have, amenities that are nearby. So yeah, the flea market's really going to be, or, shots or whatever it is will be desirable because there are, they don't have cars. When we change anything, then we are going to have cars, and this project doesn't have enough parking spaces for the cars. So I feel like however we look at it, in my mind, safety is going to be an issue. I'm just trying to picture children because I spent time, over when we were doing Susan Street, and just all the things that we had to deal with there. That was a neighborhood. Do you know, it was a total neighborhood. I've not been over since they have completed the construction of the other buildings, so I can't make any comments about what it's like now. But I just don't think that I can support the staff's recommendation, and I will have to deny the appeal. Safety is the primary reason that I'm doing so, more safety related to traffic more than anything else.
Council, you have comments?
Well, if I can count, which is always difficult, I believe we have a 2-2, such that no decision really is going to be made. If the board would like to entertain continuing the matter till when we have 5 people, that is an option.
I would move that we continue the item until Supervisor Alejo is available, and also giving time for additional consideration of this particular application.
If we were to continue it, I think there'd be additional information. Is your suggestion that this would be opened up for housing for the community? There's several things I'd like to look in there. First of all, we've seen the parking being reduced from 78 to 56. I think if that's going to happen, that needs to go back to 78, because as I've been pretty strong proponent that we need parking when we do housing up here. I'm probably sure there's some other questions I would have as we go through with this too. But if we were going to continue it, with that as the available option, I think I would like some more information on that possibility and how we'd move ahead.
I think I would just continue it, knowing it's got to come back to get direction from 3 of 5, because for us to try to stop it today with 2, I don't know how it goes.
If we're going to continue it, I'll support that in this. If we can look at information and the data that would be necessary to evaluate it as something that would be opening it up to the community.
And I'm fine with that, but I don't want to close the door on the existing project either, because the community may come back and say, if given the choice, we'd rather not deal with the traffic. So I'm saying bring back both options, but to the extent that it can be in that window, but not to limit one or the other and limit our colleague from opining on the original project in that context.
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow through on your suggestion here, which you said you were willing to go ahead and push for that particular part.
Right.
But now you're kind of backing up a little bit.
I'm doing both, and the reason is I don't want to put ourselves in a position where we're legally vulnerable, because if we stop today, then we're shooting holes in something that we're not, in my opinion, legally allowed to shoot holes in, and we're going to put ourselves in a dubious position. So I'm trying to be creative and leaving both options open moving forward, and put us in a position where all 5 of us can decide on all 5, or on the 2 potential.
So I'm trying to see what take. Oh,
okay. I liked Mr. Brera's comment that whatever we decide, he'll make sure that we're on legal grounds, and I think that's important.
So if we just table this completely, we table this, it will give more time to have, and when it comes back with the more information, as Supervisor Church is requesting, I would request more information about the sheriff's office data, just so that we have it, what types of calls, what trends, like from before, from current, all of that as it relates to population, as Chris was asking about. And that we bring all of that information back in addition to what's on, but we just table this conversation, bring more information. And is there a date that we need to do this certain too?
And would we be able to add a community component to that? That
maybe we get more
feedback
information about if that's something that the developer's open to.
I think your CAO.
If we could just have a moment, council's looking into something right now.
So the community component, you're suggesting, you mean of the community, the housing for the community? Is that what you mean?
No, actually, I would like to hear, as one of the things I was thinking about is, I think there was some comment about a half basketball court. I want to know, what would the community like to see if they're going to have to put up with all of this traffic and everything else? is there some component that we can add to this piece of property that will be, ameliorate some of the damage that's going to be done by providing some sort of park facility or whatever it might be for the community?
So I think what I would have been asking for, and I spoke about community benefits, an additional community benefits condition was with the previous, the neighboring project, we had requested a contribution towards the local park so that there would be funding available that everyone could benefit from the local park. So that was what I was requesting in terms of a community benefit, not necessarily using part of this property for that, but contributing to something that benefits the community and would benefit the recreational opportunities for the residents.
I would want it to be open to both, truthfully. What do the people really want to see? What do the residents feel would be most beneficial? And it may well be that you're completely correct, Supervisor Rudasky, that a contribution would suffice.
I also want to, see from a developer and, Mr. Acola, we were talking about here whether or not this, some of this house be opened up to the community and what your position might be on openness to that.
On opening the actual, building an actual park on the...
Yeah, well, as what Supervisor Lopez and I have been talking about here in terms of the housing for more.
So not a park on the parcel?
Well, not necessarily the park area. I'm sorry, I know Supervisor Adams was just referring to that, but I'm kind of going back a previous comment there where Supervisor Lopez and I had talked about this wouldn't be a, really necessarily the H2A housing, which I understand is what is being proposed, but whether, it would be something that would be available for the community that way for housing.
I think as I understand what Lopez was suggesting was opening up, broadening the applied use. So currently the use is applied for just the H2A. And I believe he was suggesting to just open it up to both. Right. And basically be more of a free market use, I guess you could say, which I would absolutely be in favor of. What I think, just as a side note, in the ag industry, no one really knows how quickly all these robots are going to ramp up and start displacing jobs. Right now, there's a huge trend using H2A more and more and more every year because of our diminishing local labor supply. That's why these housing projects are being proposed. It's not because we prefer to use H2A. It's actually vastly more expensive than local labor because of all the guidelines and rules you have to follow. But to answer your question, I would absolutely be in favor of that. That would make the transition when it does come, whether it's 10 years, 15 years, 20 years down the road, to make that switch, and not just make that switch on a hard turn, but to be able to feather out the H2A use and gradually bring in the market rate apartment use. So I think it's a fantastic idea.
I would just clarify that any continuance would not close the door on the proposed project. We're not proposing any changes to the project today. We're open to exploring what's been discussed today, but we're not in favor of.
And I believe that was Supervisor Lopez's motion was to continue it. I would suggest to a date certain after Supervisor Alejo is back, but also to explore potentially having no, I'm going to get the acronym wrong, H2A conditions on it.
So I think that would be August 13th based on, because Supervisor Askew's out when Supervisor Alejo's back. So to get everybody here, the next possible date would be August 13th. That's a month to investigate and look at potential and options.
We need to look at the schedule here.
I believe you are right. It's August 13th.
Yeah,
Is that going to be our first meeting back?
The first meeting back is usually pretty packed too.
What about the 20th?
Yeah, the 20th.
For the public, he's looking at the advanced schedule, which is tells us what we predict will be on future agendas and how crowded they may be.
we're going to need a, we're going to need, how much time we spent on this already? An hour? Or better? We don't have really a lot of time unless we're going in after 5 or in some stuff here on the, and I'm not sure on the 27th, we have items up on there, which is actually scheduled for 2.5 hours, but there might, we might be able to work something in. I know things are really get cleared by September 10th. I don't like to go another extra whole month, but there are gaps into there. Anything else is going to be a squeeze in there in those 3 previous meetings, all those potential on the 27th. So I'm kind of, the 10th is definitely their space. That's what I can say.
Let's just do the 10th.
We prefer the soonest available. So, if we would rather not wait 2 months.
I understand.
Can I ask realistically, based on financing and everything else, are you looking, if approved, to break ground before the end of the year, before this wet season, or is that something? I know you need to have those in order to get the financing and put it in line. That's typically for this size project, my guess is a 4 to 5 month process, which puts you out of that window. I just want to make sure that, is that extra month going to harm you based on potential rainfall, wet season?
Yeah.
Okay.
The tricky part about developing this type of housing is that it's, you have to time it with the ag season.
Yeah.
It's not just you get to use it immediately.
Okay, so I think given that September 10th would work, just based on that, right? Because it's going to push you into that next year anyway, based on that construction schedule. So I'd be happy to make that motion that we push to September 10th as a date to bring back this item.
And for the record, is the appellant okay with September 10th?
Yeah, it sounds like that's the.
If we were able to find a date earlier, could we say September 10th or earlier date as the calendar allows?
Looking to council on that.
I am more comfortable to continue it to a specific date certain because it is an appeal.
Right.
And we do need the approval of the appellant, and that's why I was asking for that.
So we've got the approval, the 10th, so I'll make that the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
And we're going to be having information taken into consideration of this being a broader project, not H2A limited. Specifically, 2 issues I think need to be addressed as well is if it does end up being H2A, we have the vendor problem on the streets. I don't know if there's any way we can consider that. I know there's a traffic.
Sounds like it's an enforcement issue in my opinion, because I know I've had the same.
I got you, yeah, I understand. I think the parking would be the one that we need to take some serious consideration at when this comes back, because it has been shrunk, and if we're going to look at a different use of this, it needs to have adequate parking. So, okay.
Have a motion in a second.
Supervisor Adams, do you have any other comments?
No, I'm comfortable with this.
We'll move this onward to September 10th then, to continue it till then. Okay, up with a vote.
Need a motion.
Yes, I understand. I'm repeating the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. This matter is moved till the 10th. With that, we have item 14, which is hearing for adoption of a historic residences district, combining overlay.
Alex or Gwen, please share staff right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Edgar Sanchez. I am the project planner for PLN 210053 Grimes. The project before you today is a request to rezone a parcel to add a historic resources or an HR zoning overlay to the parcel's existing zoning. The property is located at 51410 Parrington Ridge Road in Big Sur, and the property is currently zoned rural density residential with a density of 40 acres per unit with the design control overlay in the coastal zone. On January 13th, 2022, the Monterey County zoning administrator approved a combined development permit to allow the remodel of an existing historic home on the subject parcel. The home is known as the Donald G. Thompson Home, which is the work of master architect Rowan Maiden, who studied under Frank Lloyd Wright beginning in 1939. This home is the last known example of Maiden's work. And previously, the Board of Supervisors has also added the property to the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources and approved a Mills Act contract for the property. In accordance with the requirements of the Big Sur Coastal Implementation Plan and placed as a condition of approval for the coastal development permit, there is a requirement that the owner request a parcel be rezoned, combining the historic resources HR district overlay with the parcel's existing zoning to protect the Big Sur's coast cultural resources. This condition shall be applied prior to the issuance of building or grading permits, and the request was made by the applicant on August 20, 2022. Monterey County Code states that zoning designation reclassifications constituting an amendment to Title 20 and initiated for the purpose of preserving or enhancing the coastal resources, including adding an HR zoning overlay, shall not require certification by the Coastal Commission. On May 29, 2024, the Planning Commission considered a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors adopt this ordinance. On the map, we see the subject property and the new proposed zoning, which is rural density residential, 40 acres to a unit with a design control and a historic resources district overlay. Staff is recommending that the Board of Supervisors find the project qualifies for a Class 31 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, Section 15331, and that none of the exceptions from Section 15300.2 apply. And adopt an ordinance amending the sectional district maps of Title 20 of Monterey County Code to reclassify a 5.71 acre parcel located at 51410 Parrington Ridge Road to a rural density residential, 40 acres to a unit with a design control and a historic resources overlay in the coastal zone. This concludes staff presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? See none. Is there any public comments?
Chair Church.
So you're the applicant, so I can actually give you 10 minutes if you like. So.
I don't need, you've had a long day. And slam dunk. Joel Panzer representing, with Maureen Ruck Planning Consultants representing the Christopher Grimes Trust. And I thank staff for a terrific job, both at the staff report of the Planning Commission and today's report. In PLN 210053, the applicant applied for a permit to remove some non-historic components and restore a small portion of the home. And he's 100% supportive of the HR zoning district to preserve that home moving forward. So we ask that the board go with staff recommendation and take the action as recommended in the report. Thank you.
You did that in 30 seconds. So any comments by the board?
I'd like to make the motion to approve staff recommendation when it's appropriate.
All right, we have a first and second. All in favor, please.
Aye.
Well, I did ask for public comment, didn't I? But I didn't check online. Is there any? There's none online. Okay, we'll close public comment. Thank you. All those in favor, let's do it again.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. That will move on to our CAO. Are you ready for any comments you'd like?
No extended comments this afternoon. Just a thank you to all the team that's been supporting the cooling centers that have been open. I know that there's been quite a few in South County, and our librarian has been working to have those locations staffed appropriately. But then we also have our partners in Greenfield and Soledad that are opening cooling centers for the community. So just a thank you, and stay cool out there.
We have no referrals, and so we'll head for board comments. Supervisor Adams, what's you?
Thank you. Very quickly, we had a terrific City of Monterey 4th of July parade. It was really well attended, and it was wonderful to see the community out in full force. There were so many volunteers and public safety officials that put on this annual event, and it was just really well received. Wonderful, wonderful event. Tomorrow, I'm going to be speaking at to the Carmel Residents Association which will be located at the Carmel Women's Club at 9th Avenue at San Carlos at 6:30 tomorrow evening. And then on Thursday, I'm looking forward to attending the grand opening of the Alfred Diaz Infante apartment building. And I really appreciate CHISPA and all the community groups and labor groups working together to bring this affordable housing development to fruition. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez?
A lot I could report on. I'll try to do it quick. It's been a long day. 4th of July in South County was incredible. I want to thank everybody who made the parade in King City possible. That was a lot of fun. My kids won first place for their float with Grandma. All their cousins were on the float, so there was 8 of them. All 8 were on that float, including a 3-month-old Ventura, which was really exciting. But their bubble parade, which was themed Happy Birthday America, got the first prize, so congratulations to them. We also had great events that evening in Greenfield, including fireworks, a sanctioned event there. Soledad had their hot summer nights this weekend, which was a lot of fun to attend, and Gonzalez had a great day in the park on the 4th as well. I just want to thank, just as Sonia De La Rosa, our CAO, stated, all the partners who made the stress and anxiety of the heat, specifically the threat of the potential turnoffs, which never happened, bearable. I know that the communication there was tough. We weren't in control of that, and confusion between what's a CRC and what's a cooling center. There was a lot of stress in the community about those potential impacts, especially to our elder population. But want to once again thank our staff from DEM who is planning for the future rather than simply responding. They are planning for the future shutoffs, which we know if we don't make investments as a state in our infrastructure are going to be more frequent. And so just want to acknowledge that and thank everybody who had a role in ameliorating the potential pain. And by helping to message out, want to send a shout out to Nick Pasculi, who helped even though he was technically on time off, making sure that everyone was aware of some of those challenges. With that, looking forward, want to let everybody know we're doing an open house July 20th to show off the winners of our art competition. We'll have that information up on a flyer soon. We'll also be finishing up our summer leadership program at that point for our 4 youth who were here at our last meeting. And today they're at the Greenfield Fire Station learning about the apparatuses that we have on site and how they allow us to do what we do in terms of building the housing necessary for the future of our community. With that, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Askew?
Thank you. Let's see here. So in addition to the many community events that took place, my team was out at the Seaside Red, White, and Blues with special Independence Day celebrations. I had an opportunity last night to do something very special. It'll be down in District 3 later tonight. But the Peace and Dignity Journey ran through is a group of runners who are running from the north all the way down from North America all the way down through South America. It's in recognition of the Indigenous and First Nation ceremonial run that invites the participation of all individuals for the preservation of Native American culture and uniting the Indigenous people between North, Central, and South America. So I'm really honored to spend a little time with the runners at their stop last night. My team had the opportunity to attend the Natividad residence graduation, which, as Eric explained, really just moved him to tears. It was such an incredible opportunity to hear from the graduating class of medical residents who trained at Natividad Medical Center. just incredible to see the individuals who come through that program, and incredible to see that we have such an incredible program right here in Monterey County that is training our future generations of doctors. I will just mention that I had some time over the holiday to spend with my family, and we were blessed to be visited by a family of robins who laid 4 eggs that we were able to watch these 4 baby robins fledge from the nest over the course of a few days. So just encouraging everyone to spend time with family this summer and take time for yourself. We've all worked, I think, really, really hard, and the fact that the board will be on break for a few weeks here, I just want to encourage my colleagues and those who work with the board and whose schedule is based on these weekly board meetings to take advantage of that time to get some quality time with those that you love. So, or outside to go find some nature, restorative nature. But thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very brief myself. Spent the 4th of July at Rancho Cielo, where they were holding a fundraising event for the Veterans Transition Center. I believe it was the first one there. It's a nice day, I think, as we all experienced on July 4th. Unfortunately, as we have seen in the nights around July 4th and before and even after, at least out in North County, there was I'm sure there was everywhere, but in North County, there surely was extensive illegal firework activity. And it's an issue that just has gotten worse and worse over time. And I do hope that we'll be able to take some steps in the future to be able to address this. I know I am working with my staff on looking at different ways to maybe to be able to enforce this and to address it. I believe it's a problem in rural and incorporated areas both, but obviously we have control of the rural areas. Do want to mention is that we do have a meeting next week before we go on our break, but there's only going to be 3 of us here. So Supervisor Adams and Lopez, I hope you don't get sick, and I hope I don't get sick, because we need that meeting. And with that, I'll pass it for any readout from County Council.
For the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, there's no reportable action. For the Board of Supervisors, there is a reportable action, which is the board approved a tentative labor agreement with the Deputy Sheriff's Association.
And with that, we do have an adjournment in memory. I'm going to let our Environmental Health Director, Rick Encarnacion, adjourn or make a few comments about the passing of Walter Wong, and then I'll make some myself, one of your predecessors. Yes. Please go ahead, Rick.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Director of Environmental Health. We would like to take a moment to honor our former colleague, Walter Wong, who passed away on June 29th at the age of 94. Walter was an integral part of the health department, specifically environmental health, with his county career path beginning in 1955 and ending in 2001. Walter contributed so many successes in environmental health, serving as Director of Environmental Health, the first person of Chinese ancestry to hold such a position in the state. He served as President of the California Environmental Health Association, the California Conference of Directors of Environmental Health, and the California Association of Environmental Health Administrators. He was Chairman of the Monterey Wastewater Reclamation Study for Agricultural Task Force, aiding in the facilitation of water reuse in Monterey County, which was a pioneering effort in the state. The positive impact made by Walter have lasted long after his departure from the county. Much of his good work mentioned in the Health Department's 100th anniversary publication, put out this year, and his legacy lives on. Walter's funeral will be held on Wednesday, July 10th at 1 p.m. at the Garden of Memories on Abbott Street. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say a few words too. I first met Walter when I was in my teens. Walter took the job. He was Director of Environmental Health, I believe, in 1971. He was appointed by the Board of Supervisors when my dad was on the board. And I had a chance to know Walter through the years. I worked with him on some issues in the 1980s and 90s, I believe it was. Walter was an extraordinary man. He was very knowledgeable. He was a true public servant. He he was somebody who got things done. That's just, put it across in that way. Truly, truly remarkable. And I think for anybody who knew him, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure for him as a person. It was a pleasure as a learning experience because of his knowledge and his dedication. And we don't have enough Walter Wongs. Let me just say that. And Walter will be remembered. With that, I'd like to see if any other board members have had any other comment before I adjourn. But with that, we'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency till next week.